Morning, everybody. Great to see everybody on the screen. My name is Anna Bailao. I'm the chair of Planning and Housing Committee. Clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 14 to order. Welcome, everybody. I think we need to especially welcome Councillor Jennifer McKelvey to her first Planning and Housing Committee. Thanks, Councillor, for joining us on the committee. I hope you enjoy your time here. And
thank you, Chair Bailao.
Thank you. Because we are meeting remotely, we ask for your patience with any delays and technical issues. Members of the public can observe the meeting on YouTube. The clerk's staff has connected all registered meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I'd like to request that staff keep the video turned off unless they need to speak to answer questions. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate on each item and during votes. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, and I see that we have at least one, Councillor Pasternak, I'd like to encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff in recording members' attendance for the minutes of the meeting. I also ask that all members and staff keep their microphones on mute unless you need to answer questions or speak. Any members do wish to speak on any item, please make sure your video is on and raise your hand, just like this, or unmute your mic and indicate your intention to speak, and I will create a speakers list. When voting, I ask that members make sure that your video is turned on and raise your hands to indicate your vote. Members, I want to remind you that although members are participating remotely, you must still submit your motions in writing to the clerk. The clerk's staff are available by email at phc@toronto.ca to help you with any motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Okay, seeing none, we can proceed. Next, we need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on February 12, 2020. Moved by Councillor Perks. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. That carries. So let's proceed with the agenda review now. The first item is PH 14.1, review and consolidation of the former City of York zoning bylaw 183 final report. That is a staff report with recommendations. Would anyone like to hold this item? Okay, I see none. Is there a motion to approve this item? Councillor Perks. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay, our next item is PH 14.2, Housing Now, 705 Warden Avenue, zoning amendment and draft plan of subdivision final report. And we also have a supplementary report. I'll call your attention to that. So this item is timed for 9:45. Let me just check the time. Oh, we are good to proceed. It's 9:46 according to my watch. So would anybody like to hold this item? No? Can I have a motion to move this item? Councillor Perks, would you like to? Oh, Councillor Wong Tam is moving the item. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Our next item is PH 14.3, Housing Now Initiative Annual Progress Report. We have a staff presentation for this item, and we have several speakers on the item, so we'll hold this item down. Next item is PH 14.4, Growth Plan Conformity and Municipal Comprehensive Review Work Plan. We also have a presentation on this item, and we have speakers on the item, so we'll hold the item as well. Next item is PH 14.5, Request for Direction on Local Planning Appeal Tribunal Appeals of Official Plan Amendment 231, Appeal number 134, Park Dansview Park and Canada Lands Company Limited. There is a staff report with recommendations, and there's a request to hold this item down, and I believe that Mr. Pasternak has joined us because he has an item. So we'll hold this item down. Item 14, PH 14.6, zoning bylaw amendments to implement the Finch West LRT. There's a staff report. Would anybody like to hold this item down? None. Can I have a motion to approve the item? Councillor Bradford. All those in favor? One moment, we just want to confirm that there hasn't been any motions. We're good to go. There are no motions. We're approving the report as it was presented in recommendations and moved by Councillor Bradford, and all those present were in favor of this item. Item PH 14.7, 2020 Toronto Heritage Grant Awards. There is a staff report with recommendations. Anybody would like to hold the item? Nope, seeing none. Motion to approve. Councillor Wong Tam. All those in favor? Raise your hands. Okay, that carries. And there is one item to add to the agenda. Have members, can I move this forward? Members have not seen it? Okay, we'll display it. This is a letter from me. This is with regards to the modular housing and just making sure that all the community consultations, feedback that are happening over the next few days are going to be included in the report at City Council. So can I have a motion? I will move the motion to add this as new business. All those in favor? Okay. Are members okay to vote on the item now, or anybody would like to hold it down? We're okay to move? Okay. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay, so we're ready to start with our agenda, and we're starting with presentation from staff on item PH 14.3, Housing Now Initiative, Annual Progress Report, and then we'll proceed with speakers. And there are confidential reports, so if we need to go in camera, staff had asked us that we stand this item down, do all the items, and then go in camera at the end. So just to inform the members of it. So Abby, I believe our Executive Director of the Housing Secretary will proceed with the presentation.
Okay, good morning, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning the Housing Now Initiative Annual Update. So I'm going to take you through the slides. Next slide. It's with pleasure that I present the annual update of the Housing Now Initiative, and I'm going to take you through where we're actually at on this initiative. So a number of different aspects to the presentation, including planning approvals and where we are on the development, how we're enhancing city building objectives, and some key report recommendations, including the number of affordable homes, how we are going to increase nonprofit participation, how we will enhance accessibility and universal design, as well as protecting market renters. Okay, next. So just a quick recap for the committee on some of the decision history. So Council approved a Housing Now initiative back in January 2019 as part of a significant effort to increase the city's supply of new affordable housing and bringing one of the most valuable assets of the city into play, which is our surplus land sites. In May 28th, 2020, the City Council approved an additional 6 sites, effectively launching the phase 2 of this initiative. And both of these collection of sites together will create almost 12,500 new residential units, including over 9,000 rental homes, with about 4,500 being affordable rental. Okay, next slide. Just in terms of the update on phase 1, this original phase was designed to create around 10,000 residential units with 7,200 purpose-built rental and 3,700 affordable rental homes. Based on the work done to date, there's actually just under 11,000 new residential units will be created, of which 7,800 will be purpose-built rental and 3,900 affordable rental homes. And in 2019, 4 of the sites were identified as priority based on their readiness to bring to market, and these included the site at 140 Merton, 777 Victoria Park, 50 Wilson, and 705 Borden. So this slide shows you that around 4 of the first 11 sites are actually progressed through to the planning phase, and you can see where all of the sites are in relation to their progression through to construction and occupancy. So just a little bit about the planning approvals and how we're advancing development. As I've said, 4 of the priority sites have advanced to the planning process, and each resulted in a recommended zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision with a final report to Planning and Housing Committee within 6 months, which is in line with the Council's target outlined in the January 2019 report. We are in the process of finalising negotiations with proponents for the first 2 sites at 50 Wilson and 777 Victoria Park, and we anticipate construction to begin in mid-2021. And currently we're working, as the staff team are working on due diligence to bring forward design concept and planning applications for the next 7 properties in phase 1. And more sites are planned to bring to the market this year, including the 140 Merton site, which will be offered exclusively to non-profit partners. Next. Some of the key city building objectives, obviously affordable housing is one of Council's key priorities, but it is also part of larger city building objectives. So in addition to much needed affordable and market rental housing, the Housing Now initiative is delivering other essential community infrastructure to support residents and communities across the city. This includes childcare facilities, parks, community space, employment opportunities, improved public realm, and new. This approach focuses on complete communities and will increase the opportunity for lower income residents and vulnerable individuals and families, as well as those from equity-seeking groups to access safe, healthy, and adequate. In terms of the report key recommendations, these include increasing the number of affordable rental homes by providing open-door incentives for an additional 200 affordable rental homes, so bringing that number to 3,900 in total. The second key priority is to prioritize viable bids from non-profit organizations through the market offering process. And this includes bids from Indigenous groups and communities, as well as cooperative housing partners. A third key priority is to increase the number of accessible homes and focus on incorporating universal design features into all of the future design work done on the sites to enable housing that can work for everyone. And finally, to protect market renters while ensuring that homes are well maintained over the 99-year life of the lease, bringing the maximum limit to increase rents by guideline plus 2%, with priority given to any bids that are closer to the guideline. So taking each of these in turn, a bit more information about how we're going to increase the number of affordable homes. So we recommend that Council approve the $15.4 million in open door incentives in order to further include these 200 homes. And this table shows you the breakdown of the development charges and the over the life of the building. Another key focus of the report is on increasing nonprofit participation. So Council have previously given us direction regarding bringing nonprofits or enabling nonprofits to bid effectively on city land. And staff are working through this report and through the feedback to give greater consideration in the future to submissions from nonprofit organizations that are financially viable and will meet all of the requirements of Housing Now, and encouraging nonprofit organizations to bid on all of the phase 1 and the phase 2 sites. And a number of the sites, our intention to offer a number of the sites exclusively to the nonprofit sector. One additional point is that staff will be providing the nonprofit sector help with capacity through our nonprofit capacity building fund, which was previously approved by Council. Next slide. On the accessibility and universal design, this report references the fact that about 15% of Ontarians have disabilities, including both in wheelchairs and also non-visible disabilities, including vision, deafness, being hard of hearing, developmental learning, and mental health disabilities. We recognize that around 450 people are currently on the social housing wait list, and there's a great demand for all kinds of housing, affordable housing for those people experiencing disabilities. Through phase 1, we anticipate just over 1,300 of the units will be accessible, will be created. And we will be working more closely with accessible groups to enhance future plans through universal design. So the next part of the report relates to protecting market renters, and I'd like to give you some context about this one. As we bring forward mixed income rental developments, the city is contributing towards the delivery of these homes through the value of the land. The report recommends that measures are included to support renters in the market rental units in future Housing Now sites. Some of these considerations that inform the measures recommended include the provincial regulatory context. The rent control was eliminated for new rental units in November 2018 across Ontario, which means there are no limits on how much landlords can increase rent in new developments. Staff recognise that there are tough housing conditions for renters, including the fact that there is insufficient supply of new rental housing with vacancy rates around 1.5%, and rents continue to rise faster than income. So renters are increasingly at risk of having to pay unaffordable rents, more than 30% of their income, or being economically evicted through unreasonable rent increases. Staff have also balanced this with the consideration of the conditions necessary to attract investments to get these sites built. The current and weakened, uncertain future of market conditions resulting from COVID-19 may impact our ability to have successful bids, have successful viable bids, and have proponents act. An important feature of the Housing Now initiative is that value from the market rental and ownership units is used to cross-subsidize development of the affordable rental homes. Many of these sites will ultimately be able to access federal investment dollars, but this is uncertain at the point when we begin the development. We've also received feedback from the nonprofit and private sector development community through the bids on the first 2 sites, which advise us that limiting annual increase in rents is acceptable as long as revenues are enough to cover the future costs and expenses of both buildings and operating over the long term. Next slide. So, staff have worked to provide a balance in this report between the needs of market renters to find somewhere affordable live and our ability to leverage city land and get these homes built and operated as quickly We note that this report will protect market renters from unfair annual increases in market rental homes on city land, at the same time balancing the need to encourage the development of new market rental homes and ensure that projects are financially viable and well maintained over the life of the buildings. And in the absence of more substantive and early federal and provincial investment, cost to build the affordable homes needs to be cross-subsidized by the market units, both market and ownership, as well as the investment of city land and other city municipal waivers. So in terms of protecting market renters, we propose to implement these considerations by limiting annual rent increases on market rental homes with a maximum limit of the provincial guidelines plus 2%, and an allowance for extraordinary expenses only in exceptional circumstances. Without some flexibility, staff have determined that it may be difficult to stimulate the development of both the affordable and the market rental housing at some sites. Staff note that we will aim to negotiate the lowest limit possible and prioritize proponents who are able to deliver below this cap, below the guideline plus 2% over the lease term. City staff also will need to establish mechanisms to ensure enforcement and to monitor rent increases over time, as these new units will fall outside the landlord and tenant board process. If any market offering does not result in a viable bid and this cap is too constraining for the market, then staff will return to council with direction. Equally, if staff discover over the next year or so that we're able to consistently negotiate below the 2% cap, then we will also return to with some additional guidance. So key benefits of the approach that we've laid out to balance between the ability of market rents to increase and the ability of us to leverage our land to get new homes built. This slide summarizes the key benefits for renters, for the city, and for proponents in terms of what we're proposing today. It's a more predictable range of annual increases for market renters and avoids some of the significant increases that we have seen in some new market rental units. At the same time, it provides flexibility for landlords to manage future capital and operating expenses and maintain the quality of homes. And for the city, it gives us the ability to maintain interest from both the nonprofit and the private sector, the development of new homes on our land. In terms of moving on to some of the other program enhancements, we've also referenced in the report the fact that we will look to find ways to bring sites forward for Indigenous housing and also to consider the ownership of land, reflecting the city's commitment to reconciliation and to support capacity building in the Indigenous housing sector. So we are working with the sector to set up a working group and looking at how we target a set aside of units to be established as part of our Housing TO 2020 to 2030 implementation plan, which we're planning to bring back to council in the fall of this year. In addition, we're looking to expand partnerships to increase affordability, both in the nonprofit sector, the nonprofit and the co-op sector. They are necessary, important partners to create deeply affordable units, including supportive housing for vulnerable and marginalized groups. And we're also working on our partnerships with the government, with other levels of government, and with the private sector, who are both also essential to successful delivery. If we were able to leverage additional support from the federal and provincial governments, these may include additional housing benefits. The layering of the Canada-Ontario housing benefit could be layered onto market rental homes to make them more affordable. And we could also look to layer these housing benefits and support services onto the affordable rental units to deepen affordability and potentially deliver supportive housing, which, as we know, is a critical issue in the city right now. Finally, some of our next steps. Subject to council approval of this report, we will bring forward additional sites to be offered to the market, reflecting the changes and enhancements in this report. We will continue to engage with partners, including the nonprofit sector, our Indigenous partners and communities, as well as the private sector, to deliver the program. We will also continue to engage with the federal and provincial governments as increased participation by those levels of governments is necessary to continue along this journey towards delivery of affordable homes. The Housing Now initiative is a multi-year program and will continue to be improved each year and refined based on lessons learned. And the ultimate goal, as it was initially anticipated, is to increase the scale and the supply of affordable homes and market rental homes across all areas of the city to address our current and future needs, whilst also building complete community. And thank you. I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Abby. We're going to leave the questions for after all the speakers. So we're going to start with speakers. Know that we have them ready. You will have 5 minutes. If I see that you're getting close to the 5 minutes because you can't see the clock that I'm looking at, but I will give you a heads up. And we will welcome first Kate Chung. Kate? Kate, you have been unmuted, so you can start. Welcome. Good morning, Kate. Are you there? Good morning, Kate. So I've been told that you have volume and you have been unmuted. We should be able to hear you. Okay. Kate, I'm going to go to the next speaker, and after that, I'll try you once again, okay? So we'll go with Kira Heineck from Toronto Alliance to End Homeless. Kira, please connect your audio, and you have been unmuted, so let's start. Kira, if you can connect your audio, we're not hearing you.
Now?
Okay. Welcome, Kira.
You got me. It's Kira.
Yes.
All right.
You can
Got it.
start. Good morning.
Realized. Hi, good morning. And just for other speakers, if it helps, I realized that I wasn't connected to audio. So even though you unmuted me, it didn't matter till I connected to audio. And I think for some reason, the default wasn't there when we started. Okay, so can we start my 5 minutes now?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's nice to see people. It's been so long.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of the Alliance. As you know, we're a collective impact initiative made up of many partners across the city, focused really on solutions to prevent and end homelessness. And as such, we're in support of the recommendations in the report before you today. And I want to focus on the opportunities that they provide to advance our shared goal of homelessness becoming rare, brief, and non-recurring. Because as you remember, the Housing TO did embed that in the housing charters as a commitment of the entire city. And then we have some pieces of advice for strengthening Housing Now. I don't get to it all in my deputation. They're articulated in the written copy that you all have. So first and foremost, Housing Now must make real progress in reducing homelessness in Toronto. 1/3 of the units must be set aside for people currently experiencing homelessness, and you'll be familiar with this as a recommendation from the Alliance from the beginning. We believe Housing Now can have a lasting and meaningful effect for many of the over 8,000 people who are currently homeless today in Toronto. And that's not even thinking about how COVID-19 will likely increase homelessness over the next few years. It'll probably take a while for us to come out the other end of that. So whatever we can do to build units or homes through Housing Now for people at risk of or experiencing homelessness, the better. we'll be ready when they are. Second, we have to create as many supportive housing units as possible. And to that end, we're pleased with the enhancements in phase 2 read in today's report and in last month's council meeting as well. And leveraging housing now to address homelessness more directly and urgently is even more important because, again, one of the lessons of COVID-19 is that we can no longer, or we understand now that the traditional dormitory style shelters are not appropriate and dignified places for people to be. They're all at half or less capacity, thanks to social distancing, and we just cannot ask people to go back to them. So we need to be using every opportunity to build housing between now and then. And to meet our goals, we recognize we need increased and sustained investment from both the provincial and federal governments. We continue to do our part on that, as we always do. I just want to stress that it's even more critical today, like as of actually today, June 15th, because all federal and provincial COVID relief funds for Toronto's homelessness services is over. That means we have a lot less to work with to keep people housed, and that we must be building and sheltered, I should say, and that we must be building as many other options as possible. It's a huge new pressure that our city faces. And as I said, we'll be doing our work with the other orders of government as well. So the 3 priority areas where we see we can improve housing now even more, building on today's report. First, increasing affordable housing stock in Toronto, of course. And as such, or to this end, we support the form of rent protection as recommended in the report. And we do so recognizing that we need to mix market and below market units, and we need to support, or we do support and agree with the importance of delivering all the rental units in housing now. That's our main focus. Let's get as many rental units out of this as we can. The city has an overall shortage, and it's wreaking havoc on the system and negatively impacting people with lower incomes. Our support is also buttressed by the commitment to give greater consideration in the adjudication of proposals to those that have lower initial rents and no or lower annual above guideline increases. This will allow the city to also prioritize proposals from nonprofit developers and housing providers, as this sector does not need to extract extra profit from Housing Now projects. Therefore, they can create viable bids that maximize affordability on their market units and stay at guideline increases only. Finally, on this point, because we're continued to be focused on how we can maximize the benefit for people at risk of or experiencing homelessness, we strongly urge that the work on defining affordability based on income and developing programs that ensure new rent levels are achievable and sustainable for people exiting homelessness and others with low income. The value of rent supplements or living allowances rarely keeps up with market level rent increases. Therefore, current and future rent increase policies need to be aligned with the commensurate increases in tenant incomes through city and provincial rent subsidy programs. So, in other words, the bigger point for us is let's get as much deeply affordable out of this as we can, and that will require the marrying of rent levels to subsidies for those at risk of homelessness or exiting homelessness. Second of all, of course, we want to see the increased role for mission-driven nonprofit housing development and ownership. I think that is probably pretty clear from what I've said so far and the details in the deputation. In particular, we encourage establishing a formal and genuine partnership with the nonprofit housing developers.
Start wrapping up then.
Sorry?
You can start wrapping up.
Okay, thank you. And we also, there's a few speakers coming who will go into detail that work with us on the value of the nonprofit sector's assets and the value of working more closely with them. I think our last really important point is that we need to enhance the accountability measures to support Housing Now's vision and goals. And in particular, there, we're talking about how Housing Now has council direction to really bring more affordable and deeply affordable housing to the city. And we want to make sure that future bids more neatly and definitively tie the interests of council to the bid criteria to make sure that that direction is met. And then in closing, I want to acknowledge the good work done in phase one to date, as outlined just now by Abby. We certainly support the vision and commitments to enhancing accessibility and universal design in the developments. Housing Now is needed and valuable opportunity to increase the supply of housing, as I've said, and it's a great start thanks to the leadership of Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Bilal, and everyone on this committee. And we look forward to continuing to work with you, the Secretariat, SSHA, and others to make it as successful as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, and welcome to our online committee, Kira.
You're welcome. I'm
Can
glad.
you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes,
Yeah?
I can. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks very much for that thoughtful presentation. It's pretty exciting. We have to get this moving. When you said you'd work with other levels of government, I'm interested in your thoughts on this. You know, back in the 70s, the federal government gave a lot of money to churches and other nonprofits where they used their land, and they built housing that's still going today, nonprofit housing for seniors and for others. Is that a model that you think is helpful in boosting the ability of these nonprofits to be able to get onto land, i.e. city land, in order to create different kinds of important nonprofit housing for Torontoans?
Absolutely. And, we use nonprofit also to include the co-op housing community and their assets and expertise, as well as Indigenous housing providers. And the more capital available from other orders of government and the more support side funding, the more we can all do in those sectors. I started my career back in this work 25 years ago. And this was the time when homelessness really started to rise. And I bring this up only to remind everyone that it was unfortunately Mike Harris's government that canceled 18,000 units of nonprofit and co-op housing the day after he was elected. We used to, bring out a big long chart with the name of every development. So imagine if we had those 18,000 units all this time and continued to build on and enhance the success of those programs. We'd be in a very different place.
Yeah. And piggybacking on the Housing Now, ensuring that the sector, and of course I am including I am in co-ops because so many of them were built and Indigenous providers, in a very targeted way, understanding that we have these offerings of land and how we knit together those successful providers onto these new sites with very dedicated funding. I'm sure that's something that you would be a strong advocate of with the other levels of government, including replacing the 18,000 that were canceled.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I've gotten that. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today, Kira, and thanks for all your work and the alliances and all your members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try Kate Chung. See if we've been able to solve the technical difficulties that we had. Kate, can you hear us? You've been unmuted. And I believe your audio is on. Yeah, we've checked, and your audio is connected. You have been unmuted, so would you like to start? Hey, Kate, it seems like we're having some difficulties. I encourage you to send any comments to the planning and all the members if you can do it by email and share the comments that you were going to share via WebEx today. Thank you. We'll now go to Gautam Mukherjee from Mainstay Housing.
Morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining.
Wonderful. Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm Gautam Mukherjee. I'm the Executive Director of Mainstay Housing. You've got a PowerPoint from us. It's posted for the meeting, and hopefully you're able to go through it as I speak. Start by saying it's very important to see the city's recognition that we're in a housing crisis, and that we're collectively and City Council in particular taking these really important steps to address the crisis and affordability. I want to commend the committee, the mayor, and the rest of council for the opportunity you've created here with Housing Now, and I also do want to quickly commend the Secretariat, Creatio, and Planning for the report, and also that the successes from phase one that are identified there, Mainstay participated in a phase one bid. We submitted a bid there, and I'll say that those successes are real, and congratulations to staff in terms of bringing these opportunities forward in an expeditious manner, and bundling all the city incentives with Open Door with that. So looking forward to responding on future opportunities as well. The second slide in my deck, I wanted to say this morning I'm going to quickly introduce Mainstay. We don't have a lot of time. Then I'd like to describe how nonprofits, following from Kira's and Abigail's presentation, can help the city achieve our collective housing goals. Then I'd like to tell you what we're doing at Mainstay to ensure success in development and to show that nonprofits can do mixed income development. And then finally, I'll give some tangible suggestions about delivery of the program. What I want to do is demonstrate to you that the city can achieve our goals and even exceed many of them if the door were to be opened further to nonprofit developers. I think there are some common beliefs and misperceptions about our capacity and the role that and so I'd like to puncture those a little bit. If you walk away with nothing else today, I hope these 3 points stick with you as the slide 2 of my presentation, which are that we're doing the work, we can achieve better and longer lasting outcomes, and we can operate high quality mixed income communities. So very quickly about Mainstay, our mission is to operate high quality housing, support housing stability, and to create inclusive communities. These are objectives that cut across different communities, different types of households. In terms of our assets, you can see if you had got the slide, we have 38 residential locations that we own across the city. And so we're the largest private nonprofit housing provider in Toronto. We're a leader in the sector. We play a critical role in the Toronto Alliance. You just heard from Kira. And up next, you'll hear from Dana Granovsky about a supportive housing growth plan work. Mainstay is providing leadership to the creation of an inventory of supportive housing assets across the city in that initiative. We've received most of our funding from the Ministry of Health, and over the past 3+ years, we've been working very, very hard to partner more closely with the city to develop new inclusive communities. As I mentioned, we submitted a very strong bid on one of the phase one Housing Now sites, and we do intend to continue submitting on future sites. Finally, we have a brand new 10-year development strategy, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. And our ultimate goal is to build communities that include a mix of market renters and affordable units, where some tenants receive support services. This is the best model, evidence-based, to achieve housing stability and to create complete communities that are viable for the long term. The other thing I just want to say about complete communities is that in terms of nonprofits, our Mainstay's view, at least, is that we don't need to create carve-outs for low-income renters in terms of them affordable renters all living exclusively in one building and market renters in another. But that rather that market renters and people in need of support and affordability should be living side by side in equivalent units in the same building. The next slide. I won't read this through, but the city and nonprofits, we do share the same goals. So I want to talk today about how we can further advance those together. Next, the strength of nonprofits for Housing Now. We're able to not just meet, but exceed all city targets. I think there's some recognition of that in the staff report, and you heard from Kira as well. We don't have shareholders to pay, so all of the income stays in the system. And we do not need to achieve income that's above the guideline on market renters either. The third point I think is also quite critical, that as nonprofits, it is in our mission to create these inclusive communities where equity-seeking groups are genuinely included. And that's where the income goes. It's invested into enhanced tenant services and community development.
Scott, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. The next slide is really critical. I think obvious to say, with nonprofits, the investment stays in the system. Our target mainstay is doing the work. We've targeted to build 1,200 new rental units in mixed-income communities over the next 10 years. What's really critical for mainstay is that we're interested in ownership of these assets. So we're laser focused on that. We won't be responding, for example, on the modular housing because it doesn't increase our ability to build more and more mixed income communities in the years to come. Finally, you'll see that we are doing the work. We've raised already $3.4 million to support development activity and expect to raise another $5 million within this year for that work. We're working on amalgamating to even more significantly increase the value of our asset base to leverage for partnership with the city on Housing Now. And as I mentioned, we're providing leadership to the work you'll hear about next. Finally, my last slide, we've got some recommendations. I think the main one is just that in the process, do not try to compare, our advice would be do not try to compare nonprofits and for-profit developers on an apples-to-apples basis. Our model is different and we bring a different value to play. We think you need to give more weight to the degree of nonprofit ownership in the building. And finally, that there be equivalency between affordable and market units. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions, the speaker? No? Seeing none? Thank you so much for your presentation and for joining us today. Thank you. Okay, we're going to proceed to Dana Rose. I believe you've been unmuted. Yep. And Dana, you need to connect your audio. Once you do that, you're ready to go.
Connected. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks very much for the chance to speak with you all this morning. I would like to echo first the comments of my colleagues that we at the Supportive Housing Growth Plan member organizations and participants are really pleased with the direction and the partnership and leadership of the city to help create more housing. I want to speak for a few minutes with you today about and offer a particular solution for partnership with a set of stakeholders with proven expertise to be able to provide and operate deeply affordable housing, and also the services that are required in that housing to ensure successful tenancies for even the most vulnerable of tenants. The Supportive Housing Growth Plan is an initiative that brings together a wide swath of supportive housing providers from a range of different funding streams and expertise, including mental health and addictions, city-funded alternative housing providers, the developmental disability sector, justice-focused immigrants and refugees, youth, women, and others, united together in order to increase overall supply through two key mechanisms. The first is by working together as a sector in order to collectively build capacity for expansion and development. And also by working together and with leaders and partners such as the City of Toronto, as well as provincial, federal governments, to collaboratively increase our impact. We see both tremendous need, but also, as we've seen through the Housing Now update, incredible potential if we're able to harness and leverage our collective resources to work together in new ways. And the growth plan is really about assembling the information and bringing together that collective buy-in and savvy to be able to do just that. Our approach over the coming months is to bring together a few key threads, both new information and outreach, deep and broad engagement across different sectors with different orders of government and collaborators, as well as clear and consistent communication. I've detailed in just a few slides an overview of some of those pieces, including, as Gata mentioned, the first asset inventory of all supportive housing across the City of Toronto. This includes both owned properties, of which we give you a taste on page 7 and 8 of the slide deck that we've prepared before. What this is the beginning of an asset inventory that details both the development potential of owned properties as well as the operational potential that might be mobilized through rent supplements and rent supplements that are held from different orders of government. Paired with the asset inventory that will tell us what we have, we'll have a needs assessment that starts with people, their needs, and the evidence and best practice of what works so that we understand what is required. And then finally, a funding analysis so that we can collectively put all of those pieces together to know what we need, what we have, and what tools we might have at our disposal in order to combine, leverage, and ultimately grow the stock of supportive housing. Together, the growth plan group is going to produce a plan, an implementable, actionable plan by the end of this calendar year that contains 3 key elements that you can see detailed on page 13. The growth plan is going to start with key statements of sector alignment, build with sector-led strategies to grow the stock of supportive housing. So things that the sector can do on its own to execute the plan in its own leadership, and also recommendations for partners to be able to build and collaborate. You'll see, moving on to page 15 and 16, the broad range of providers that have come together in a planning table that is itself a partnership of the Toronto Mental Health and Addiction Supportive Housing Network and the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. This is a group that is crafting the plan on behalf of their partners. And this group is co-convened and anchored by co-sponsorship in the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, the Wellesley Institute, which is also leading the research, along with the Canadian Mental Health and Addictions Toronto branch. As you'll see there on the second to last page, this work is ongoing right now. By the end of this calendar year, we expect to have generated the plan itself. But you'll notice, and this is my last point, some overlapping between the phases. Even as we generate the plan, we recognize that the world keeps turning and we don't want to miss any opportunity to model the kind of partnership or prototyping of good ideas that we're developing in the plan. So the plan will be done by the end of this year, but the plan organizations and the broader networks that they're representing are actively working together and keen to explore any opportunity to work together to grow the supply of supportive housing in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much for your submission and your presentation here today and joining us. Keep well. Thank you. Tracy Odell? Tracy? You also need to connect your audio, and you have been unmuted, and as soon as you do that, we should be good to go. Tracy?
Yes, hello?
Hi, Tracy. Thanks for joining us today.
Hello, good morning, councillors and guests. I thank you for allowing time for my presentation this morning. My name is Tracy Odell, and the spelling of my name is included at the end of my PowerPoint. I am the president of Citizens with Disabilities Ontario. Will my slides be showing for people?
Unfortunately not, but we all have it on our portal, and councillors and the public actually can follow up because it is online.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to slide 2. We are a cross-disability organization, which means that we represent people with any kind of disability, whether physical, sensory, cognitive, or episodic. Slide 3. We believe in full integration so that people with disabilities can participate fully. Slide 4. We actively promote the rights, freedoms, and responsibilities of persons with disabilities through many activities, including making presentations to decision makers like yourselves. Slide 5. The issue for us regarding housing is that it is not available to people with disabilities on par with others. This situation remains even though we have protections against discrimination under the Human Rights Code. We strongly urge you not to spend any public funds on goods, services, or infrastructure that people with disabilities will not be able to use. Slide 6. We all know that a large proportion of people have disabilities now or will get them as they get older, and yet only a small portion of all housing in Toronto has accessible units, and the ones that do only have a small percentage of units that are designed to be accessible. This situation, in effect, denies us equal access to housing. Slide 7, please. I have been alive for over 60 years, and I cannot tell you how many times that cost has been the reason for denying me space on transportation, denying me my freedom from living in an institution, and denying me affordable, accessible housing. Cost arguments are recognized as a unique form of disability discrimination, which has been documented in the literature. Imagine how it would sound if you said, here's a new apartment building, but no designated group can have more than 10% of the units. There would be riots in the streets, and yet this is a situation for people with disabilities. Slide 8, please. We don't buy undue hardship arguments when it comes to making 100% of housing units accessible. Perhaps you can relate. I was condo shopping a few years back and found that new condos were much smaller compared to ones that were 30 years old. Over time, it's clear that the size of units has been shrinking steadily. We want as many units as possible, but how small should they be to meet our targets? They need to be big enough to be accessible to all. We are calling on you today to require that developers give back some of that space, make room for all units, 100% of them, to be accessible. Slide 9, please. Why 100% accessibility? I have already mentioned that we have a high proportion of people with disabilities right now, and that as people age, there will be even more demand for accessible units. People want to stay in their homes and deserve to stay in their homes for as long as possible. Slide 10, please. The way forward for Toronto, in our view, is to commit to ensuring that no public funds will be used to create or perpetuate accessibility barriers. Continue consultations with advocacy groups like RPAC and others in the community about how to do this well. Require that housing be 100% accessible. Universal design must mean 100% accessibility. Developers will comply if they want your business, and they do want your business. You have the power. You enter into contracts, you approve plans, and issue building permits. Use that power to insist on 100% accessibility. Thank you. I will leave it there.
Thank you so much, Jana. Any questions? At my screen, so everybody. Councilor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And Tracy, thank you for your presentation. With respect to your comment about the allocation of 10% for it to be accessible and how that could, in practice and definitely in theory, exclude individuals. Can you expand on that particular thesis you put forward, that 10%, number one, not enough, and then the rationale on why we're actually harming protected charter rights?
Thank you very much for the question. So what has happened is historically we have not had accessible housing at all until, maybe a few years ago when there has been more and more of an interest. So we're a bit behind, right? To catch up, we need to have more units available. So if an apartment became available, pick any building, any apartment, I might not be able to move into that apartment even if I was next in line because it wouldn't happen to be an accessible unit. But if all the units were designed to be accessible, it wouldn't matter whether the unit was on the 10th floor or the 8th floor. If I was next in line, I would be able to move in. It doesn't mean the whole building is going to fill up with people with disabilities necessarily. It just means that you can access any one of those as they become available.
And so just to further, because City Council has adopted earlier this year and last year, and we've had a big discussion about framing housing as a human right. So how does this position of 10% limited accessibility out of 100 units, for example, how does that line up with the housing is a human right overarching framework that we have to strive towards?
So under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, housing is a right. So if you only have 10% of the units in a new building accessible, that person might not necessarily be able to get into the building if there's no accessible units that happen to be open at that time. So in effect, they don't have a right to housing if they, if you can only be, if you can't be next in line, if you have to be till you're 15th in line or 50th in line, and those are the only two windows that you have, it's not the same access to housing as someone else might have.
We're having big conversations right now globally and certainly locally around systemic barriers for those who are Black, Indigenous, people of color, and how racism is pervasive in all the systems and structures, including police apparatus. If the 10% reserved accessibility units was applied basically towards someone's race, you had spoken to this earlier, that if there was a particular group of individuals, let's say, for example, the Black or Indigenous community, and we say that we're going to build 100 units, and only 10% of it is for you, and 90% is not for you. You had suggested that there may be riots on the street. How is it possible that the proposal today is that this particular charter protected group, which are people with disabilities, is in some ways, I guess, legislatively advanced to be excluded? Because that's what this report says, is like only 10% of the housing is for you. Is that a same comparison of what you were trying to say?
Yes, I believe so.
And does that open the city up to a charter challenge? Are we violating rights here?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but I think if you're wanting to get into housing, and building A has an opening and they say, sorry, you can't move in here because you don't have an accessible unit. Building B says the same thing, and building C says the same thing. A person might decide, I'm going to apply under the charter to complain that I'm being discriminated against because there's not been enough in place for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Tracy, for joining us. We're moving to Terrence Green.
I was speaking for both of us.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Tracy.
Thanks.
Just before moving forward to the next speakers, it's Nancy Martins, the city clerk here. If we could please identify the callers whose numbers begin with 647926. You have been unmuted. Can you let us know who you are, please?
Terrence Green.
Pardon?
I'm speaking for both of us. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tracy. Before moving forward to the next speakers.
Is that Terrence? Did we hear Terrence Green?
Identify callers that with numbers begin with 647926 have been unmuted. Let us know who you are, please. Terrence Green. Pardon? I'm speaking for both of us. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And caller from 416466, if you could please identify yourself.
That with number begin with 47926 and unmuted. Let us know who you are, please. Terrence Green. Pardon? I'm speaking for both of us. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. And caller from 416466. Identify yourself.
We will mute those callers again. It looks like they're playing the YouTube video. So if you need to identify yourselves, if you could email us at phc@toronto.ca. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. So next speaker is Sean Mahar. Morning, Sean. Can you connect your audio, Sean? And you have been unmuted, so you should be good to go once you do that. Oh, it's not showing as you're connected yet. Yep. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next speaker and then I'll come back to you, Sean. Victor Willis. Victor, good morning.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to applaud the council, the mayor, this committee for the work you're doing. Obviously, housing and making rental housing and certainly affordable and supportive housing are enormous first steps. So the intention of the council and city is really to be applauded. And I want to thank Abby Bond for joining us and for helping to articulate the plan. I think that, as you've heard from a few of the speakers before, and I think that some of the most important parts of our of the issues that we have before us are based on some assumptions that perhaps need to be rethought. And I'll speak specifically to the idea that in the report there was a goal of 4,500 affordable rental. I think now I think that they're sort of in line. We've got 3,900 rental that are affordable. The biggest question for many of us is what the level of affordability will be, and affordable. So if we use average market rent, of course, what the market says is affordable from an average point of view, I think needs some rethinking. There's some CMHC data that tells us that between 2011 and 2016, 322,600 affordable units disappeared from the market in Canada, and that was at a market rental of $750 or less. So the other thing that the data tells us that from 96 to 2016, community housing fell from 7% housing stock down to 3.5%. So one of the things that is that I'm struck by, and many of us, and Sean will speak to this as well in the submission that we provided, is that catching up can't be done only by development, although that's a good piece, and part of the conversation today is about what to do with city land. But we also want to talk about the fact that acquisition is the other strategy in order to do what we need to do with city funds, city land, and leveraging the assets and the value that the city has in front of it. On June 7th, a group of agencies and individuals interested in these issues got together from across the country to look at how to address some of these really challenging times, as well as the various plans that are being put ahead across the country, and certainly in this city. There's a document that we'll provide to anybody who's interested that wraps up that conversation. But let me say that let me introduce myself as the executive director. I had the great privilege and honor of being the executive director of the Parkdale Activity Recreation Center, which is a 40-year-old charitable not-for-profit. We entered the supportive housing sector in 2000, and notably as a response to the Harris government's cancellation of 18,000 units, referred to by Kira Hynek. Our mission is to be a community where people rebuild their lives. Gotham, in his presentation, talked that not-for-profits should not be compared on an apples-to-apples basis. And because the way that we work as not-for-profits and charities is to really create thriving agencies, which we do in a business-like fashion. As a sector, we almost never seek bankruptcy protection, and our assets remain in purpose of our missions in perpetuity. And I think that's a very important part of the value set that's been talked about. I was really struck by Tracy's report from Citizens with Disability Ontario. Really, the market is discriminating against people, and Councillor Wong-Tam, you highlighted that very appropriately. The challenge, of course, is when the market peaks, you have very small units, and they get smaller because, of course, the value is being pulled out. And ultimately, we need the city to set minimum standards. Universal design, from an accessibility point of view, also allows for aging in place, which I think is we also know is a huge challenge. But I also want to say that Park's recent experience of acquiring 1501 Queen Street West through the OPHI program, which I think has sadly ended, through the Affordable Housing Office, is a really good case study on the merits of a standard small site acquisition program. And the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust has proposed and brought forward a very viable program in that capacity. Let's just quickly look at the numbers. We received a $5 million investment from the City of Toronto for a 49-year forgivable loan. So it was a direct grant from the city. It helped to purchase 38 units. And so ultimately, the city's investment got a 38-unit, 49 years of affordable housing at a cost of $579,000 per unit. As our submission, and as Sean will probably talk to, the costs that we're seeing in the investments the city are making are much higher. So I just can't thank you all enough for what you're doing, but I do want to propose that there are other tools available to you, and I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Councillor Perks.
Yeah, thank you, Victor. Am I to understand that what you're proposing is that we set up some kind of a process so that we can work with not-for-profits to acquire existing properties for the purposes of affordable housing?
Thank you, Gord. Yes, and in fact, in your ward, there are 12 properties right now for sale that equal about 200 units of housing. And if they are sold into the private sector, they will be upscaled and lost. And that'll be greater pressure for the people who are living there on the shelter system, as well as the ever expanding affordable housing list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Victor. Stay well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm going to now go back to see if Sean Mahar is connected. Sean, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Yes. You can start.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks, despite all the challenges, for finding ways to take deputations today. I think that's a terrific reflection of the great work that Council has been engaged in over the last 12 weeks. Fighting the pandemic has been done with speed and commitment and collaboration and compassion. The city's really risen to a tough challenge, and you've done it in an open and engaged way in full partnership with the community. So I think that's something to be really proud of. And certainly one of the big challenges during the pandemic, as it was before, is in the context of housing. So I want to echo the comments about that were made by people before me who underscored the need to optimize the work we are doing and the work that we're talking about today. I'm here on behalf of a network of residents and researchers and nonprofits that Victor referred to, who've been engaged in analysis of the housing problem in the context of the contemporary market and want to lend a hand in helping to navigate the housing challenges we face as successfully as possible. In that effort, I want to underscore the significance of Recommendation 5 that some of the other speakers have spoken to, the goal of maximizing the role of nonprofits and community organizations in this work. As the housing market has evolved, this has gone from being something that is desirable to being something that is critically necessary. The housing market is not functioning well for low-income tenants. At this point, over 87% of people living on low incomes in Toronto pay more than they can afford for housing. That's in part because despite rent controls that should limit increases to roughly 2% a year, rents have risen 21% in the last 5 years. And as a result, the housing system we have in place has one affordable unit for every 4 households in the private market that need it. And that number is getting worse, and it will keep getting worse because that problem has some clear causes. First, as we all know, we're not building affordable homes fast enough. The number of renters in Toronto grew by just under 83,000 from 2006 to 2016, but we built only 6,500 new purpose-built rentals over the past 6 years. So demand is growing faster than supply. But more distressing, more critical, but less visible is what Victor referred to earlier, that supply is shrinking faster than it is growing. In the last 10 years, Canada lost 322,000 privately owned units with rents below $750 a month, which is what the maximum amount a household in the bottom income quintile can afford for rent. During that time, we built about 20,000 new affordable units, making the net loss 300,000 units of affordable housing. That's twice what the entire national housing strategy will build over the next 10 years. So we actually face 2 challenges at the same time. We need to build more homes with the money that we invest, but we also need to be pursuing strategies to sustain that affordability, because we're currently losing affordability faster than we can build by a ratio of more than 2 to 1. Fortunately, growing the share of housing in nonprofit ownership, as suggested in Recommendation 5, addresses both of these challenges. I want to echo what Kira and Gotham and others have said about the importance of maximizing housing now and all of our housing programs in that context. Nonprofit housing, whether it's delivered through nonprofit operators or community land trusts or co-ops, community development corporations, has an explicit long-term commitment owning and stewarding housing for community benefit. And that means that the providers will sustain the affordability of the housing even when there are opportunities to raise rents and earn more from those units. For example, they consistently offer programs like Open Door, perpetual affordability, where private market operators offer 15 or 25 or 35 years and then exercise their right to raise the rent that eliminates affordability. So nonprofit development helps to solve that problem, but it also gives the city a lot more bang for their buck. Under open door agreements, if you analyze the payments that the city has made, nonprofit providers are building new units at a lower cost for each year of affordability. Private market units cost the city on average double what the units that the community providers deliver. That means the city gets twice as many years of affordable housing every dollar it spends when it funds projects by nonprofit developers. That's going to be a key factor in increasing affordable supply with the resources that we have. But nonprofit units also double the value by increasing affordable supply in other ways. They reinvest any net income in the rents from the rents that they get in creating more units for deeper affordability. And they also use their accrued capital assets to leverage funding for more homes. In Quebec, this has over time led to considerably more self-funded nonprofit housing, as those assets are used to leverage new investment for nonprofits without public support. In short, more nonprofit housing means Toronto will get more from each dollar that they spend on affordable housing. They will sustain that affordability that we are losing so rapidly in the private market, and they'll be able to leverage affordable development from the capital that they've invested previously. That's why the success of Recommendation 5 is so important, and a robust strategy supporting Recommendation
30
5
seconds,
is
Sean.
critical. Thanks. And that's why nonprofit organizations are eager to work with the city to help develop and ensure a robust strategy around recommendation. I do want to spend the last couple of seconds just underscoring what Victor said, which is that in addition to a nonprofit development strategy, we are also going to need a nonprofit acquisition strategy. 60,000 units of existing affordable housing disappearing every year. That role in the nonprofit sector is also going to be important. As Councillor Fletcher knows all too well from the work of her subcommittee, private market developments have found too many ways to move units out of affordability, even in the context of rent controls. And so we really need to make sure that the organizations that are stewarding those units are focused on the public benefit. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Any questions? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Sean.
Thank you.
Next speaker, MS Moriga. Are you there? So again, please connect your audio, and you have been unmuted, and we should be good to go. Moriga, can you hear us? Okay. I'm going to try the next speaker and then come back to you. Jordy Dent. Don't believe Jordy is connected, but I'll call him his name again. Jordy Dent. Okay. Mark Richardson. Mark, connect your audio, please. Morning, Mark. You have been unmuted. You just need to connect your audio. Oh, is that Mark?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Good morning, Mark. You can start.
Okay. Thank you. Councillors, I've got 28 slides and a 40-slide deck. So I'm starting on slide 3. The first part is that there are a number of items that are not attached to this item today. There were 3 staff reports from Create TO at your board meeting on Friday. We recommend that you read all 3 of those sets of slides as well. We've included them in the attachments. Slide 4, we have taken their milestones report and we've added our own markups to it. On phase 1, you had 2 successful, what we consider successful projects. You have 2 projects that we consider to be risky. And there's 1 project in phase 3 that we consider needs a serious warning. Also, you have delays on all of your construction timelines. Slide 5. We're creating 40,000 units of affordable housing, and apparently Housing Now is only going to create 10,000. So we have a simple question. Where exactly does the city expect the remaining 30,000 units of new affordable housing to come from by 2030? Our estimate is that Housing Now is going to have to carry the burden for about 25,000 units. Make the math work on your schedule. Slide 6, our map has been up for 18 months now. We've had 44,000 visitors to our map. It now includes your round 2 sites and your modular housing sites. I believe Create TO's map, official map, still doesn't have your round 2 sites, and we're over a month almost a month since they were discussed. Some background resources on how we put our numbers together. Slide 9 is really useful for everybody. It is the private sector cost per square foot for construction, particularly when you're talking about seniors' health, housing, or assisted living. Those costs are a lot higher. Slide 10. So we have done an assessment of all 6 of these sites, and we've come up with massive totals for all of them. Round 2, we have almost doubled the number that Create TO targeted. But all of them require substantial upzones from the planning department, and we believe that 4 of the 6 sites should be fast-tracked. So we're going to try and go through all 6 of these sites in about 2.5 minutes. Queens Wharf, we were already here in February talking about Queens Wharf. It's an open door site that fell apart after 2015. We're proposing exactly the same massing as last time, 22 stories, 282 units, split across a number of different unit size types designed for not-for-profit mixed income, including supportive and transitional. Councillor Wong Tam, this is your Sherburne site. It's about the same size as Councillor Matlow's Merton site. So we've done 4 renders using the folks at Penciler. The default zoning is only 3 stories, 30 units. That's a pile of garbage. The next one we propose is a mid-rise zoning at 10 stories, 171 units, designed for 100% affordable rental. That's got weak viability with modern construction costs. Your better choices are a mid-teens zoning, which would be 17 stories, 177 units, designed to be 100% affordable rental or co-op structure. But your real best one on slide 15 is somewhere in the mid-20s, 351 units, split as 50% market rental and 50% affordable rental or co-op. Councillor Bradford, Danforth Garage. There's been a master planning study on Danforth Garage. We tried to talk about affordable housing and the heights and density required to make the math work, and city planning did not want to hear it. So we did it anyway. Your city plan from the Danforth Garage master plan was 8 stories, 10 stories, 5 stories. The best we can work out of those floor plates is 403 units. It's got really weak viability. Our proposal is 9 stories, 14 stories, and 19 stories, brings you in at 775 units, gives you much stronger viability. Site 15, which is the Queen Street East. City of Create TO has decided they're only looking at part 1 and part 2 lands right now. We think there's a huge missed opportunity there. If you did a smarter land acquisition, incorporate the Harveys, and also replace the part 4 lands, which are the TCHC building, you would get a much better building and a much better built form, sort of like Don Somerville. So scenario 1 is just using the part 1 lands. In that case, you only get 8 stories on the front, 10 stories on the back. You leave the Harveys, you leave the TCHC building, you get 198 units. You incorporate the part 2 lands and turn that into a pedestrian realm. You get 8 stories, 12 stories. You leave the TCH building, you leave the Harveys, you get 310 units. Slide 21. If you go part 1, 2, and 3, so you take over the Harveys as well, you go 10 stories, 12 stories, you leave the TCH building, you get 440 units. If you do what we are suggesting and incorporate the TCHC building, you take all 4 pieces of those land and you basically build something like Don Somerville, mirrored on the other side of Coxwell. You get 626 units on that site in a 10-story, a 14-story building, and a brand new 12-story TCHC building. Slide 16, 244 Eglinton Avenue East. Giant parking lot next to literally billions of dollars in transit investment. GO Train, Scarborough Subway Extension, and the Eglinton LRT. The folks at Smart Density have done a hell of a job on this site. There's a full report attached in our appendix. We're sending this to Metrolinx as well. For optimized transit-oriented development at Kennedy Station. We are putting in 3 towers on that site, 390 units in 36 stories, 231 units in 19 stories, 186 units in 20 stories. You get 807 total units. Currently, the unit mix is split 3 ways. Also, in the rear podium, you'll notice the green box. We've put in 54,000 square feet of strata that can be used by a school or by a community center, like you're doing with the Housing Now site at Don Mills Crossing. Borough Drive. Borough Drive in Scarborough, next to the Scarborough Civic Center, also next to what's going to be a multi-billion-dollar subway extension. Currently, it's a City of Toronto staff parking lot. I hate surface parking lots with a passion, and I think you guys should divest yourself of all of them. The slide 25, our proposal for that site includes where the new Scarborough Town Center subway station is going to be. It's walking distance, 40 stories and 30 stories with a 6-story podium. Built form is very similar to what's already there. You end up with 750 units, very strong viability. That should be a ministerial zoning order. Don't waste your time on this
Mark,
site.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. I'm going to get there too. Okay, so round 2 site assessments. If you include the additional land capture on Queen Street that we are recommending, we have more than doubled the Create TO targets. It does require cooperation from TCHC and Harvey's, but we think there are huge additional benefits to leveraging 1631. On slide 27, we have a bunch of good things we learned and things we're warning you about. The main one we're warning you about is up until now, the city's proposed unit targets for round 1 and round 2 have been consistently 30% under global best practices. You guys have to set your targets high when you start. Maximize the number of new housing units on every site you propose, and give staff an explicit direction to do that. And use ministerial zoning orders to fast track these sites. And that's my time.
Mark, thank you. Any questions, the speaker? Councillor Bradford.
Great. Thanks very much for the deputation, Mark. Just two questions with regards to the Line 2 extension and Eglinton Crosstown LRT. Could you just give us a couple more details on your proposal for the Housing Now sites at Kennedy and Scarborough Town Center transit station?
Sure. There is in here, there's a full appendix attached to our PDF done by the folks at Smart Density, Nama Blonder's organization. If you go to slide 23 in our deck, you will see in that image, there's the Crosstown Station, the TTC Station, the GO Station with 25 minutes to Union Station. This is prime transit-oriented development land. If you go back and look on slide 22, you will see what we have. We have another giant, dumb, stupid parking lot. There's nothing around it. There's not much existing housing around it. It conforms to everything that the city has said they want to do, that the province has said they want to do about transit-oriented development. This should be designed to be ministerial zoning ordered, fast-tracked, and have a shovel in the ground by December 31st of next year, 2021. We need to get this moving before the next election.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about the Borough Drive site?
Yeah, I was talking about.
To be honest, the Borough Drive site, both of those towers could be 10 stories taller. That's what a private developer would do. But at the moment, we are just suggesting that you match the existing zoning around it to get another case where your shovel's in the ground as quick as you possibly can. Execute on this.
Okay. I guess more at a high level for everyone here. If I understand it, your deck here suggests and your model suggests that we could do 3,600 new housing units with 1,200.
If you did the Harvey's TCHC land deal in your ward.
Yes. So including 1,200 affordable. The city's view here is 1,700. So for everyone's understanding, can you talk about how your team and the volunteers are landing at nearly double the amount of units, what that looks like? How you do that?
It's really well explained in some of the appendix documents. We've got unit sizes in there. We've got a really detailed plan for both the your location on Queen Street and the location at Kennedy. Essentially, you guys give awards for bravery to firemen and policemen. You don't give awards for bravery to city planners. So city planners are incredibly cautious, and timidity is baked into the system. These are sites that are available. They're there for you to exploit and to deliver the kinds of housing that you say you want to deliver. You right now have sort of laid out, a field of rakes in front of you to step on at every turn. And we saw that in the first 4 sites that were fast tracked. We still think that Merton is a bag of hammers and the Warden site is terrible land use, but we will let Warden go as is, because now I've got 2 more sites, the next 2 subway stations along, where we've learned a bunch of lessons, and we're not going to let Warden happen again.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks very much, and thanks to you and your team for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Mark, for joining us today. I'm going to go back and see if Mariga's available. Ilya's connected already. Mariga, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good. Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to just start off by just saying it's been an absolute pleasure. I think Sean mentioned it, to be able to work in a very teamwork kind of environment over the COVID period. The work that was done through the Housing and People Action Fund, addressing short-term immediate actions around rental assistance. But as we concluded our proceedings the last time, it's time to start gearing up for the long term, to return to what the actual problem is, which is a dire problem of affordability in the city of Toronto. I want to echo the voices of some of my other colleagues, Peter, Gotham, Dana, Victor, and Sean, around what it needs to provide affordable housing, including helping out the capacity of nonprofits as well. But I also want to highlight that in the midst of all this, there are some successes, and we're extremely proud of Wood Green, where I'm the VP of Housing and Homelessness. I think I forgot to mention that. That our new build using the city's
Mariga, I'm going to,
door.
sorry to interrupt,
Yeah?
Mariga. Can you just put maybe the phone closer to your mouth or something so that we can hear you?
Let me do that. Yeah. So as I was saying, we're extremely excited about our new build that was funded by the city through the Open Door program, co-investment fund, supported, because this affordable housing is a task of heart. And the leadership of Councillor Fletcher in that is just totally you cannot say enough about that. Today, like I said, I want to segue to another aspect of our partnership for affordable housing as we're doing. And that's a partnership that we have with the Toronto Region Board of Trade around the topic of city workers, essential workers being a big part of that. At Wood Green, we have over 800 essential workers, a significant number of those being PSWs and people who are out there during these difficult times, helping out people and seniors in particular, in the ones that live in their own homes. And we've been extremely fortunate that we've had very few fatalities. We make phone calls on a regular basis to our helpline to find out that they're doing okay. So we have got together with TDSP and provided a report called Housing a Generation of Workers as part of our written submission. This report highlights the need for more housing for middle income workers as well, even as we continue to focus our efforts on the very low income and highly disadvantaged, that is the core of what Wood Green Housing as a non-profit provides. And especially workers, like I said, who work in the healthcare, education, and hospitality system. Our report focuses on workers earning between 40 and 65,000, overlapping with a higher range of incomes that serve both our business sector and also our non-profit service sector. And we estimate that that number, in addition to our traditional waiting list, is also another 90,000 people who are deemed essential workers and have challenges being housed in the traditional market. The COVID pandemic has highlighted the systemic discrimination issues arising from the affordability problem, and in particular its impact on race and people of color in this state. And we can have another conversation about that another day. By building housing for people in this income bracket through Housing Now, we can significantly also impact the waiting list, because we find that a lot of people who are working and are also trying to get affordable housing could be served by also an investment in that range of income. Because of how much our city needs these units, we also encourage the city to be as ambitious as possible with the Housing Now site, in order to ensure that we create the right mix of both extremely low income and middle income housing.
30 seconds, Maria.
And in particular, to maximize the potential of each site by delivering more density. The time is now. The interest rates are low. The land availability through Housing Now and the reduced capacity in the development sector due to the COVID-19 and its impact on the condominium market make this an extremely opportune moment. And we should not waste this crisis in terms of segueing and pivoting towards the development of an ambitious, affordable housing plan for the city and delivery. Thanks.
Thank you, Mariga. Any questions to the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm gonna check if Jordy Dent has joined us. No. Okay, Alejandro Gonzalez Redon. Alejandro, are you there? No, we don't think he's there. Okay. Alejandra Ruiz Vargas? No. Marcia Stone? Marcia, can you connect to audio? We have unmuted you, and once you connect, you should be able to start. Marcia, are you there? Marcia? Okay, I'm going to go to the next speaker, Ria Reen. Ria? Can you connect to audio as well, Ria? Okay, somebody was able to connect to audio. Is that Marcia or Ria?
It's Ria.
Okay, good morning, Ria. Thanks for joining us today. You can start.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Sorry.
Go ahead, Ria. You're good to go.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm here today as a proud member of ACORN, the Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now, to speak about our campaign for real rent control, which focuses on ensuring that real and effective rent control is applied to buildings that receive public funds or public land, whether through programs such as Housing Now or Open Door. Of course, rent control, this is a very timely subject. The province has gotten rid of rent control on new buildings and buildings that were built very recently. And unfortunately, these buildings have no rent control, and tenants have seen rent increase disturbingly way beyond the provincial guidelines. This is a major assault on a household's ability to budget and feel a sense of stability in their lives. And this is why Acorn demands that any buildings getting public money or public lands, which we should definitely consider to be our money and our land, we demand that these buildings have a rent control requirement, and that this rent control requirement should involve real rent control, which must, as part of real rent control, include vacancy control. So when one tenant moves out, the landlord can't just double the rent. A yearly increase in rent that's capped at the provincial guidelines. So no rent increase of say 2% or 4% on top of the provincial guideline per year. That's not real rent control. And this is really important. There should also be better regulation of when a building is allowed to do an above the guideline increase, because unfortunately, the system is very broken. In Acorn, we've heard that many landlords are getting AGIs for doing nothing. So necessary repairs and upgrades that are needed for a safe and healthy living environment aren't being done. And even if some repairs and upgrades are being done, you still have major issues in the building, like cockroaches or elevators that don't work properly. I think we can all agree that all tenants deserve a safe, healthy, and affordable place to live. Not having real rent control in place or having a broken system for issuing AGIs severely threatens this. I ask that Mayor Tory and Toronto Council be a leader on this issue so that Toronto can stand as a leader in creating a caring, healthy, and affordable city, so that other cities will look to Toronto with admiration and follow suit. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ria. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Helen Chillas. Are you there, Helen?
Hello.
Good morning,
Hello.
Helen. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. Well, thank you for having me on. I do appreciate the time today.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Helen Schiller. I am a tenant advocate with a focus on healthy, safe, and affordable housing for every single person who rents their home. I'm also on the city's Public Advisory Committee on Affordable Housing, but I am not speaking on behalf of the committee, but as a citizen of Toronto. The Housing Now initiative, there's been a lot of great work that has been done, and everyone with the city and community groups need to be commended. However, we need to remember the current housing stocks and the conditions. COVID-19 has created a new normal, yet Toronto's Planning and Housing Committee, in my humble opinion, seems to remain in the pre-pandemic mindset. Yes, again, much fantastic work has been done, but we are in a new normal. There has been no help for those facing housing uncertainty today. Businesses have been given commercial rent reductions. Property owners have seen tax and utility deferrals, yet residents who rent their homes have not been given the same consideration. Many residential tenants continue to pay full rental rates, as many are making life-critical decisions between putting food on the table and a roof over their family's head. Today, Planning and Housing will be making critical decisions as to how the city will move forward with new affordable housing development. Much of what is proposed looks great on paper. And again, I need to reemphasize such fantastic work has been done. But all this good work will not have any merit, nor will address the lack of housing affordability. The city continues to give away our public lands, waiving property taxes, school taxes, development fees, and building permit costs. To what end? For a few token so-called affordable housing units. These deals must stop. Developers will develop, builders will build. Toronto does not need to make special deals with these multi-billion dollar industries. Where there is housing demand, residential buildings will follow. The city also continues to exclude current housing stock and rising rental rates. Why are multi-residential older buildings still continuing to pay commercial property tax rates? Does the city not care? I know that you do. We all do. But why has the city forgotten the hundreds of thousands of Torontonians who live in older apartment buildings? Citizens that pay almost 3 times the property tax rate. Do you not think that $80 upwards of $250 or so in property tax reduction has no merit? This is a tax discrimination that must be at the forefront. Residential property tax parity is the only way forward. Everyone must be treated equally. Everyone must be treated equitably. Everyone has the right to healthy, safe, affordable housing. This is a human right. Now is the time for the city, the province, the country to formally ratify the International Declaration of Human Rights, Article 27, on the right to housing, affordable, safe, and healthy homes for all. I keep hearing that we have the right to housing, affordable, safe, healthy housing, but we still treat it like it's something in the future. The Declaration of Human Rights for over half a century has given us our human rights, and it is time that the city, the province, and the country ratify it now. Also, the contentious provincial bill 184 is about protecting tenants. Nothing in this proposed law protects tenants, but yet the city continues. This committee has not even brought this to the agenda today. I understand how busy everyone is. Maybe perhaps this is an oversight, but this is of a pressing matter. If Bill 184 is passed, landlords will be able to skip due process. If passed, landlords will continue to be the privileged amongst everyone in our society. Landlords will do what they want, charge whatever they want, evict whenever they want, all because our current provincial government says so. Even with the pandemic, evictions will resume shortly. Why else is our provincial government rushing through Bill 184 in the middle of a pandemic? Tenant rights will continue to be eroded, including the speeding up of evictions without due process. No hearing, straight to the Sheriff's Department.
Helen, thank you.
Above guideline increases will continue. And I'm just asking that residential tenants are not an afterthought, that we remain at the forefront. We are, after all, the citizens of Toronto. Thank you for
Ellen.
your time.
Thanks. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, Helen, thanks for joining us today. And I am going to go back to Alejandra Ruiz Vargas, who has just joined and hopefully has been able to connect. Alejandra, are you there? Can you please connect your audio? Oh, I think you just did. Are you there, Alejandra? You can connect to your audio. It shows here that you haven't connected your audio. Alejandra, are you able to connect? It's not. And Alejandra was our last speaker, correct? Oh, is that you, Alejandra? Alejandra? Alejandra?
Hello?
There you are. Good morning, Alejandra.
Good morning, Counselor. How are you?
Good. And
Nice.
you have 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us today.
No, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity. So, today, in this important matter So the city of Toronto had a population of 6,196,731 people. So 55 of these people are renters. But believe it or not, the city had lacked for many years of buildings for rental purpose. So Toronto had a vacancy rate of 1.5%. Within all these situations and rents in the high, you will see that priority for the city should be rent control. But unfortunately, we Acorn have found out that in the new city project called Housing Now and Open Doors, the city is planning to allow landlords to charge 2% plus the yearly provincial guideline rent increase. If I can show an emoji, or I can send an emoji, or you can see my face, the emoji will be having the open mouth. And all like really difficult to solve. So, and in total, and if in total that if we not had entire or we not had enough charges, the city is planning, and when I say we is the tenants, the city is planning to know how the IGIs and the vacancy control law is going to play out. So I wonder what you mean AGIs when it's a brand new building. And we are asking for vacancy control law. So this sounds like more candy for the landlords and more lemons for tenants. The Housing Now and Open Doors projects already was in the weak side, and now we given more to the landlords or developers in this case. This sounds like this is when you want to do an arranged marriage and your daughter you think is very ugly and not worthy. So you say to the future husband, okay, I give you my youngest daughter as well because, you know. So we are giving the land for free to the developers an incentive. And now we are making the tenants more vulnerable. So this I think so. People have said that this project is going to the right direction. But how this can be in the right direction when we're going to put people to struggle every year without no real rent control? So Acorn is demanding that eliminate AGIs from our buildings, from the city lands buildings, as well create vacancy control and forget about even give it 2% increases to a provincial guideline, increases to the landlords. And by the way, again, if we are speaking about new buildings, how come AGIs? So thank you.
Thank you, Alejandra. Any questions, the speaker? Seeing none, Alejandra, thanks for joining us today.
Okay, had a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
And that concludes the list of speakers for today on this item. And we'll now proceed to questions of staff. Councillors, please raise your hand and I'll start a list if you have questions of staff. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. This might be for staff and legal, but if there's a change of government, what would happen to, and they bring in rent control for new build? What would then happen to this rent control plus 2%? Would that changed or would that have to stand? So I understand why this is happening because there isn't any, so we're imposing this. But if there is a new government that has a different approach, how would this recommendation stand at that?
Thank you. Through the chair, should any change at the provincial level in respect to legislation happen, then it's because it's provincial legislation that really governs the residential tenancies environment, then the provincial legislation will prevail, and any terms that the city has entered into in regard to the lease would then default default to whatever the provincial legislation, if that is more constraining for landlords.
I saw Mr. Haley was trying to jump in there since he's there. Could just confirm that. And now, but you're not on, Brian. You're somehow, your mic is there. Your mic is on now. It's on now.
I would concur with the Housing Secretariat's comments. So pursuant to the lease arrangement, the most restrictive provisions would apply. So certainly if the more restrictive was as a result of new legislation, then that could be applied to the project.
And can I ask a follow-up? I think to Ms. Bond, should we indicate that clearly that should rent control be reintroduced, that we would be following those guidelines, not ones established here? Is that possible to do?
Through the chair, we can add that into the leases if that is committee and council's direction. Even if we didn't add that explicitly, then that is something that we would have to undertake and that would be in effect anyway. So we're happy to receive
We
direction.
could add that to the report as well as our direction, clearly understanding that should that happen, praying that it does, that would then trigger a change in this. And this is only being put forward because of the situation where the recently elected government removed all controls on new build. So I think I'd like to make sure we're clear on that for public. This is not our desired path, is it?
Our desired path is to see as many affordable rental homes delivered as possible, and in the absence of investment from the provincial and federal governments with respect to grants, then the city has to find a way to subsidise the construction of affordable homes, and we're doing that with our land, with density, and with the development of the market rental and ownership units on our land.
Yes. Like more of everything, but right now we're constrained, in particular by this. Thank you. Also, I just asked a question earlier, and I'm exploring this, and I'm sure you are exploring this, that going back to the last, we'll just call it surge in funding for affordable housing back in the day where so many co-ops were built, and have a lot of these smaller developments in my neighborhood. That may have been a piece of land that someone had, or where the manse was for the church, etc., or gathered up and bought a piece of land. And Wood Green and others have built a lot of housing on these. But they were able to do that because of an influx of cash to them to build that. It was very direct, giving you money, use your land, build this. Are we looking at a model where we're really trying to lever out as part of the recovery funds for the nonprofit? So we now have the land and they would have the money and they would be building nonprofit housing, sustainable forever and ever, no pressure from any kind of rental market, would be truly nonprofit. Is that a direction that we're strongly pursuing in the recovery in the TOR, Toronto Office of Recovery? And I don't know if it's rebuilding, reimagining. I don't know what the other are, it depends on the day. But I'm really interested if that's being pursued very hard or not at all.
Thank you. Through the chair, we've heard loud and clear from stakeholders that we've been talking to during the pandemic that they feel that the addition of an acquisition fund or additional work by the city and other government partners on acquisition would really help in terms of the recovery. And that's something we've heard very loud and clear, and is definitely part of our advocacy thinking that we're doing right now. Certainly, in addition to the open door incentives and other incentives for the city office, in addition to other incentives that the city is offering. A non-profit with support around acquisitions for land could do could develop their own program very similar to Housing Now that the city is doing, and bring forward a number of sites over a 10-year period, for example, in a sustained way, and that would really contribute to the development of new affordable housing in the city.
I think my question, thank you very much for that. That's interesting. You have your own land and to pursue
Last
a
question,
housing
Councillor
now
Fletcher.
approach. But my question really is in our ask for the federal government in order to get things back up and moving, deal with the housing crisis, that there would be dedicated housing funds to nonprofits to be able to participate on our site. In other words, carving something out. We know that's going to be a nonprofit site. It could be built by the developer, but it would be owned, operated, financed through a large federal relationship to nonprofit.
Through the chair,
co-ops.
Through the chair, if there were a specific pot of money from the federal government, for example, say from the co-investment fund that was agreed up front and could come alongside the issuance of an RFP, then that would help very much create certainty for both the nonprofit developers and also the for-profit developers to bring forward new affordable homes. It's something that the city has previously advocated for in terms of delivering on our housing TO plan. We've advocated strongly for a specific Toronto an amount of money to be delivered for us and our city, and for that money to be accelerated. So that would really help.
So just as part of our package, our ask. Pardon?
That was your last question, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to Abigail. Abigail, thank you for your report and for your detailed presentation. I think that we heard some feedback from Tracy Odell. I know you've heard this before about how do you reconcile the limitation of the number of accessible units without harming people's rights to access housing. How would you respond to her suggestion, her claim, her statement that by restricting the number of units to 10% in this case, is that we are actually discriminating against people living with disabilities and their right to access houses?
Well, through the chair, I wanted to clarify that in the report we're bringing forward, the staff are recommending 15% of units in the any market rental units to be accessible, and 20% of the affordable units to be accessible. This goes beyond the Ontario Building Code and is in line with CMHC funding arrangements. So all federal funding that would be directed at these units, that these units would be aligned with that. Staff acknowledge the difficult situation that many people with disabilities find themselves in. There are 450 people on the wait list for social housing. And so we want to make sure that we have sufficient accessible housing, or we make a significant contribution towards that supply from Housing Now. And I think to go beyond the fully accessible units, to work with some of the stakeholders that spoke today and that were on the list, to bring into these units more universal design features, because that will also mean that many of the units are suitable for aging in place and for other disabilities as well. So that is something we want to progress over and above the 20% fully accessible units.
But there is no desired outcome to strive towards 100% accessible units or 100% universal design with the opportunity to adapt to accessibility. Is that correct? That's the position of staff and the Housing Now report, is that we will not get to, and we have no intentions to get to 100%.
Through the chair, we haven't stated that it's our desire in this report to get to 100%. However, staff are very committed to going beyond the 20% accessible guidelines and are keen to work with other stakeholders to find ways to bring in more universal design features. We just haven't stated the specific objective that you identified.
And this incremental approach, will that get us out of the hot water argument that the city is contravening people's rights to housing?
So, through the chair, in the housing TO plan, the city recognized its role in the progressive realization of rights in terms of housing. And we feel that going beyond the requirements of the Ontario Building Code and moving beyond even the federal government's requirements to deliver 20% accessible units is working towards the realization of those rights, knowing that we still have a significant distance to travel.
Thank you. My next question is regarding the rent control and the quantum that is being proposed. So the suggestion here, and actually it's the recommendation, is that we support the provincial caps on rent control, but we also add 2% above. So if the annual percentage for increase of rent goes to 2%, there are certain sites that the city will fund, subsidize, and build that the operator can charge up to 4%. Is that correct?
So through the chair, since November 2018 and the province removed the cap on rents or rent control for new units, without the addition of the city's requirement to limit the rent increases on market rental, there would be no limit on those rents. Now, during the first phase, staff are working with proponents to create a limit on the development of market rental units in the first phase that we've already issued, but this is about guidance moving forward. So we think it's important to bring in some limit to rent increases, understanding that though there is no cap on new rental or increases on new rental right now.
The number of 2%, that additional Toronto-based sort of rent allowance that increased, how did you arrive at the number that it's not 1% and it's 5% or perhaps 10%, and the future reports you can go higher, you can lower? How did you come up with 2%?
So through the chair, we had a lot of feedback from some of the proponents that we are negotiating with and others in the run-up to this report. Right now, staff are negotiating with a number of proponents, and we're driving towards a guideline +1 and a guideline +2% as a maximum. And so we felt that this demonstrated to us that we would be able to receive strong, viable bids, which will deliver on the affordable rental units. It doesn't compromise the delivery of those, and at the same time be able to move forward in a timely way. So that's why we landed at the 2% cap, knowing that on some sites and with some proponents, we are likely to be able to do better than that, and we will continue to negotiate hard in that respect.
Madam Chair, do I still have more time for one more question?
No, your time was perfect.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop here then.
Thank you. My first question is, some of the deputants made reference to the potential for working collaboratively with the city and the not-for-profit sector in terms of developing land acquisition strategies. Would staff be supportive of establishing a working group to pursue that?
Yes, staff are very engaged with the nonprofit and co-op sector, and it's something I think we heard loud and clear during discussions we've been having in addition to the deputations today, and so yes, we are supportive.
In 2018, the city did a land acquisition pilot project in Parkdale jointly with a not-for-profit in the community. There was a council direction that staff report back in 2019 on how that project went. Can you let me know where that report's at?
Through the chair, I don't actually have the details of when that report back is due. Obviously, it sounds like it was due last last year. So I will find out for you and share that information with you and the committee as soon as I have it.
Okay, thank you very much. A number of people made deputations about the rent control piece. One piece they spoke about was the issue of rental decontrol. Is the way the city structuring its agreement tying the rent control to the unit or to the first occupying tenant?
Through the chair, we're proposing to allow when a tenant moves out of the unit, to allow the unit to be reset to market. So we're not proposing control between tenants. And this is the guideline plus 2% relates to while a tenant is in situ and for the length of their tenancy agreement.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I'll have motions on that.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford?
Yeah, I'm just coming off mute. Thank you. Thanks, staff, for all your work on this. Quick question to our chief planner. The numbers that we saw in the discrepancy between where the city is coming in at 1,700 units on phase 2 and then proposals that we saw in that slide deck and appendices, nearly 3,300 units. Probably, what's achievable is maybe somewhere between those two. Could you talk briefly about the differences in our approaches and even how city planning and CREATE has evolved our process between phase 1 and phase 2?
Through the chair, you can hear me?
Yep.
Through the chair, our process has evolved in a way. You've got to go back a few months here, where we were embarking on a brand new undertaking for the city. The city, as both a proponent and developer of significant amounts of social housing, has not been something that we practice in really decades. So getting that up and running over the first phase, I think, has offered up some pretty strong learning experiences around working as a team, working as well with communities. I think we remember fundamentally that we're building complete communities. The density goals are important. Council knows very well that we approve private development. We look at the official plan. We treat ourselves the same way. And that consistency is important. It's also important, though, to imagine and reimagine the city. And as we look at these areas, some of these sites are more infill sites. The response to these sites might be more automatic. It may be more contextual. Other sites are more complex, but they offer an opportunity to really reimagine the city. So I think that's the big takeaway from the first batch of sites moving into the second batch of sites, making sure that we've done the due diligence. It certainly, as one of the deputants talked about, it certainly takes courage, but that recipe book requires a lot more than courage. It requires some really good solid data and due diligence. I know on one of the sites, for example, what lies beneath those sites and understanding how that factors into how much density you can get on that site is important. So it's more than a built form exercise. It's more than a design exercise. We've got to look at the opportunities to build complete communities, talk to communities, find out what other things that we can do in these change areas to make these communities whole, of course, with substantial amounts of affordable housing. And it's interesting when you look at the typologies of sites between the first batch, second batch, third batch, they're evolving and they're changing. Larger sites offer maybe more of an opportunity to do more things. And obviously that's the way that we build complete communities with roads, transit connections, parks, community centers, daycares. These opportunities may be more constrained on smaller sites. And we'll have to look very, very closely as we move through these bundles of sites to advance all of those opportunities as much as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you. This question, I believe, is for Housing Secretariat. Want to touch on the rent control piece. Recommendation 7, can you just clarify why we would need a process separate from the landlord-tenant board to negotiate above guideline increases?
Yes, because for new rental units, the province removed any rent control. So any rent increases in those units are not governed, would not be heard by the by the landlord tenant board. And in addition, they would also not be eligible for any of the above guideline increases as well. So if we want to introduce both of those as we do, then the city would need its own administrative process to do that.
And we would need that for both the affordable rental units as well as market rental units where a version of rent control is implemented.
Yes, we will need an oversight process for both before the units are occupied.
Okay, time for one more question. One of the arguments in the staff recommendations for having the rent control cap at Housing Now sites, above what you're recommending at the 2%, is that reduces the value of land compared to other sites where we're competing in a citywide market without those restrictions since the province removed it. Can you tell us how that 2% model helps us deliver more affordable units compared to using only the rent guideline for market units?
So it effectively means that the market rental component of these sites are more valuable, and so they offer have a greater leverage to create and construct the affordable units than if their value would be restricted by just a guideline increase. Obviously, it's a balance because those market rental units would be most valuable if there was no restriction at all, but staff did not feel that no restriction at all was appropriate on city land. So this is our attempt to balance the contribution that those units make to the delivery of the affordable units while acknowledging that market renters do need certainty around their rents, and large increases above guideline of 20% are not appropriate.
And that understanding is because foundationally this is a cross-subsidy program where market units cross-subsidize our ability to deliver affordable units.
Yeah, absolutely. And specifically, if we imagine a future where maybe one of the sites was rental only without the home ownership units, then those market rental units on a 100% rental site would need to be able to carry the remaining affordable units. So it's a balance between where we are now and where we may be going in the future.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Since there are no more questions, I do have a few questions, and I actually want to follow up on Councillor Bradford's questions there. So we are not subsidizing the market rental units, correct? It's actually the other way around. The market rental units are subsidizing our affordable rentals. Is that correct?
That's right. The delivery of market units, be they ownership or rental, is enabling us to construct or have the construction of the affordable units completely paid for by the provision of our land.
Oh. And so the rent control we're talking about here is not the rent control for our affordable housing units. Those already have rent control. They're controlled because there's a set at 40%, 60%, 80% of AMR, right? So this is not that rent control for that set of units. This is the rent control for the market rents, correct?
That's correct. This only relates to market rental units.
Okay. And since the beginning of the program, we said that it was important to ask developers to find ways to have rent control. In the two bids that we're about to award, have we been successful in doing that?
Staffs are still negotiating with the two proponents, so that work has not been finalized. But we very much based these recommendations here today on what we heard from the proponents and what we think is feasible and will not compromise the delivery of the affordable rental unit. So we hope to do better on some of the sites than Guideline Plus 2, but Guideline Plus 2 gives us the flexibility that we may need on some of the sites.
So are you saying that given the bids, given the analysis that you've done with people that do this businesses, financial analysis, performers, planning and everything, that you took that in consideration and you're basically trying to get a balance that continues the work to move so we can get the affordable housing units while at the same time creating protection for renters?
That's right. It's a balance between those two things, and the Housing Secretariat staff worked closely with Create TO staff, who are obviously taking the lead on those discussions with the proponent.
So what you're asking us here is allow staff to negotiate rent controls to a maximum of guideline plus 2. So I hope that you're really good negotiators, and all the next deals could be as a guideline, right? You would give preference and more points, let's say, to people that come through and provide with guideline, for example.
Yes, absolutely. And we've stated that in the report. Our priority is to make sure the affordable rental units get built and constructed, and we will prioritize those proponents who are able to do that by a variety of means with no more than a guideline increase. But we've allowed a plus 2% in case more than guideline is needed and without us having to come back to. But yes, absolutely, we would like to see rent increases constrained below guideline.
Those were my questions. Sorry, I think I had my mic off. We're now moving to speakers. If you could raise your hand, and I'll start making a list. So, Councillor Perks. Okay, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of motions. We could have them up.
Yep. Staff is just working on it. There we go.
Okay, so my first motion here, as you can see, directs staff to work with a variety of not-for-profit co-ops, land trusts, and so on, a roundtable on delivering more social housing on Housing Now sites, and secondly, speaks to the issue of setting up a working group around strategy for land acquisition. We heard deputations on these, so I won't spend a lot of time on this motion. Motion B. To amend 7A by adding at the end, and rent controls will be tied to each rental unit, not tied to individual tenants. This is a system known as a rent registry. It happens, for example, in Montreal. It happens in many, many other places. And what it does is prevent what's called rental decontrol, whereby as soon as one tenant leaves, the rent of the unit reverts to being a market rent. Providing an incentive, frankly, for landlords to find a reason to evict people or make the tenancy unpleasant enough that the tenant leaves. It's a common event happening all over my ward and frankly all over the city. I understand staff have been in conversations with many of the applicants, and the applicants are pushing back on this. Of course they are. Of course they're pushing back. They're private investors and they want to maximize their return on profit. Their argument that if we don't accede to their demands, they won't build is of course nonsense. There's active rental construction going on in all kinds of jurisdictions in North America and in Europe where the rental registry system is preferred. The fact of the matter is that we rely too heavily on private investors to make our housing project go. I've been critical of it from the beginning. You can see in this report, not only are we giving away public land to achieve Housing Now goals, but we're also spending $15 million in deferred taxes and deferred charges, going further by even weakening the rent control provisions that we should have in place. For example, by having a rent registry system, just means we're giving even more away to the largest source of wealth in the global economy. It's worth remembering, most of the wealth in the world is tied to real estate. It's how very wealthy people, real estate income trusts, other entities that are aimed at concentrating well further and further up, that further separating our economy into people who own for a living and people who work for a living is something that we're actually accelerating with Housing Now. I've lost that argument in the past, so I'm not going to rehash it today. I'm just going to say there's no reason to give a further gimme to the private companies who are building on these lands by letting them out of a proper rent registry system. I could say more about the program overall, but I really want you to take a look at the two motions I've put in front of you. The first one having, of course, to do with bringing the not-for-profits to the table with the city, talk about how we can do an even more effective job of bringing them in, first on our sites, and secondly, in terms of a land acquisition strategy. Thank you.
Councillor Bradford.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just start by thanking staff for their continuing work on this important project and what is the really seminal discussion of the City of Toronto right now. I have a motion here that relates to a phase 2 site that we were discussing in my ward. And it just asks staff to formally consult with Toronto Community Housing about incorporating a TCH property adjacent to the identified site to see if there's an opportunity for us to increase the density there. I think it's important for all of us to get more comfortable with the idea of higher densities. I don't just mean on this community where we understand this conversation because we spend a lot of time of it, but council as a whole. As we've heard that Housing Now, we're based on a cross-subsidy model. So it's very challenging to have more affordability without more density. And when affordable housing is a public policy priority in this city, that's what it means. So it's, frankly, it's great to see an increase in the number of units in response to being asked to do just that. And as myself and others have highlighted, COVID-19 pandemic continues to underscore the challenges and the urgency for more affordable housing in this city. So I'll leave it at just urging everyone to keep pushing ahead. 18 months is a critical moment for us here with a project of this scale, and reflecting on that in the report that we have here, revising the way we're thinking about it, revising the way we're delivering it, building on that experience is really critical as we move into subsequent phases. I want to thank staff around the board here for their work on that. We do have to celebrate the wins so far. Frankly, coming from planning, I think having 4 sites go through the zoning process in 6 months is absolutely an incredible accomplishment. You can't overstate that enough. And then based on the deputations that we've heard today, I do want to emphasize, and I appreciate Councillor Burke's first motion there, that we're engaging with the nonprofit sector as much as possible. I think it's a great idea to convene a table and bring those folks there to help guide the discussions going forward right now. Capacity for sure is a challenge right now, but Housing Now is a once in a lifetime opportunity to deliver the housing on these sites, and you really only get to do it once. So we need to work with the nonprofit sector to build capacity and change our housing landscape for the long term. Just very quickly on the rent control options, I had called for this review along with Councillor Nunziata through a member's motion back in 2019. It was in direct response to a problematic rent increase that we saw on a site that had received city funding. It's a challenging issue for sure. You want to have rent control to protect tenants' rights, and we know how important that is. But we also have to be cognizant of the requirements that we're putting that may ultimately reduce our ability to deliver affordable housing and the number of units. So that's what the motion originally back in November was asking for, and staff really did. Abigail, thank you. I think you struck a good balance here. Contemplating the implications of these policies and landing on something that makes sense in the context we're in. It's also interesting between November and where we are now, contemplating the current landscape we're facing and where Housing Now started. none of us can deny the financial impacts that COVID is likely going to challenge our stakeholders' abilities to execute on some of these projects and provide the housing we need. So, I'll be supporting option 2 as staff has recommended, because I think that brings protection for renters while also being able to support the viability of these projects in these uncertain times. The diversity of the locations and the land parcels for all of these sites are challenging. Those larger sites, the infrastructure, the roads, the sewers, those are expensive. And we need our applicants to be bringing forward concepts based on their different strengths and approaches. So we want to make sure that we're not disincentivizing applicants. We're keeping the competitive process, and that will ultimately get us better results. I think we've seen on some of the sites already, if there's too much, you're not going to get the number of applicants. That's not speculative. That's just actually what happened. So I think, going with the staff recommendations is sensible. I appreciate the work on that. And, looking forward to continuing to advance these projects. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do have 2 motions that the staff can put that onto the screen for us. I'll speak to them in any. The first one is to convene a working group comprised of city planners as well as Create Teal and a number of the stakeholders that we've already heard from to specifically explore how we can advance and increase the number of accessible units as we move forward. And I want to thank staff for already indulging with us in previous conversations, even leading up to this committee. And I know that it's never an easy process, and I also want to recognize it's been very difficult to come to an agreement, although I appreciate the willingness to do so. But we need to hear from stakeholders and those stakeholders who advocate for people living with disabilities, because I'm really struggling with how do we reconcile housing as a right and then building a limited number of housing that is not accessible to everyone. The second motion is I'm asking this committee to strike the 2%, the plus 2% from the rent control portion, so that we do not exceed the provincial guidelines. And I feel very strongly about this because we're sending almost 2 conflicting messages, in my opinion. On one hand is that we would need to be able to recover more rents because of the undesirable or the less than desirable neighborhoods, those harder to build areas in the far-flung reaches of the suburbs that are generally deserts when it comes to transit, or perhaps it has less access to desirable community amenities. And then we're going to do that on the backs of those who we are trying to support, which are people who are building housing for those with less affordability. And I heard, I was listening very carefully as staff was explaining that they needed to do this in order for them to attract the type of developers, the type of builders that actually can bring us more affordable housing. But what I don't, which I cannot follow, is how is it that we then add the additional cost to those that we're trying to help later on down the road. And so, in the absence of provincial and federal government supports of the Housing Now program, we are struggling to actually deliver a very expansive and broad program that can help as many people as possible. This is not BC, and we haven't had the support of the Ontario government, just as BC has been able to step in and support those in that province. But we do have a federal government that we all share. And what I don't understand, and I still don't understand a year later, is how is it the federal government hasn't fully engaged with us on this particular process, and how is it that British Columbia, Vancouver, Victoria get them to the table and the City of Toronto cannot? And so I want to be really clear that, when we're speaking around issues of equity, how we provide supports to individuals so that we can give them access to these affordable units, even if they're market units or even if they're mid rental units, we have to bring it to a level playing field. But by adding additional rent increases to those who are in the least desirable neighborhoods, the most difficult to build neighborhoods, it actually runs contrary to my understanding of how we achieve equity. I don't think that would be the intention, although we're trying to fit that into the business plan today. So if the city of Toronto needs to dig deeper to ensure that we don't exceed the provincial guidelines for rent control, to make sure that we don't add additional 2% on top of what the provincial guidelines are, then we need to do that. But I think it would be absolutely sending the wrong message to then pass those costs along to those who can least afford to pay. And we're going to have to reconcile what I believe are two contradictory messages, which is we want to build affordable housing, we want to help residents have access to high quality, adequate housing that's safe housing, and at the same time we're going to add a surplus, a premium to that cost of renting. It doesn't square up, and I'm hoping that members can adopt this recommendation, and we will find another way to make sure that those folks that we're trying to help are going to be helped, rather than asking them to pay provincial guidelines plus 2%. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, can I just ask a question of clarification?
Yes, Councillor Bradford, go ahead.
Sorry. Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify on the motion, the second part there. If we're putting less restrictions, you get more units. That's what the staff are telling us based on their experience from phase one. So is the concern here about the, I think you said that we're doing this on the backs of people who are least equipped to pay for these things. But I just want to clarify that the 2% above guideline is on the market units. It's not on the affordable units.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So what I'd like to do is make sure that we actually don't subsidize, incentivize, and build housing, and then be the landlord that charges provincial guideline plus. And so to me, it sends the wrong message. How the City of Toronto can be that landlord is that if you rent from the City of Toronto, city-funded properties, is that you're going to have to pay 2% on top of the provincial guidelines. So that is what I'm proposing, and I recognize that if it's coming from the market units and to subsidize those that are that need the subsidies, then let us subsidize it and not put it on the backs of the market units.
So, and just one follow-up, if I may, I appreciate that sentiment. What we're hearing from staff is that they're concerned, and if we moved forward with this, because this was one of the options that they didn't recommend, that it would compromise our ability to deliver more affordable units in a cross-subsidy model, which we have in front of us. Do you have any suggestions or ideas on how we would be able to do that, since the staff are saying that that's actually going to compromise our ability to deliver the number of units of affordable housing?
Thank you. I highlighted earlier that I'm rather perplexed on how a different city on the West Coast can engage the provincial and federal government. It's been now a year plus with Housing Now as an initiative, and we have not been able to bring forward active participation from those orders of government. Right. I'm challenged to understand how is it that other cities and perhaps other provinces can step in to work with their federal government and we have not. So every site that we've unlocked here through Housing Now has been a missed opportunity because the city is doing it on our own backs with our own tools. So I think that we need to double back and go to the other orders of government and really just let them know, like we are put in a very difficult situation because they're not here. And in order for us to really deliver the very best outcome, including the outcome that's been stipulated that all the speakers came before us that they would like us to achieve, I think that we will always be grappling at the different straws until we actually have intergovernmental support and active participation in all our housing programs. not just housing now, but just about everything with respect to housing that we do in the city.
Thanks for the clarification, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. I do have a question of clarification. I just want to make sure that I'm not understanding. Councillor, you're not suggesting that we put this on hold until we get provincial and federal support. Is that what you're saying?
No, Councillor, I'm not. I would have liked, to be quite honest, I remember right after the 2018 election, and the mayor said, look, housing was the big issue on the doorstep. It was the galvanizing issue at the election. And he said, I'm going to release these 11 sites and we're going to just do it. The problem with that, and this is what I've said from the beginning, is I've always struggled to understand how is it that these 11 sites came forward, or the first tranche, I should say, and then we were never able to fully engage the provincial and federal government. I recognize that we were coming off the heels of an election, and perhaps the mayor was responding to that, and I get that, right? But now we are 2 years in, and we're still moving along the Housing Now initiative programs on our own. And so we may have missed, and we did certainly miss the first tranche of 11 sites without intergovernmental participation and support, active support and funding. And now we're into this 2 years and we're still doing this on our own. So should we wait? Clearly that's not the intention of council. I don't believe so. But I am really perplexed. I am genuinely trying to understand how is it the City of Toronto has not been able to engage the other orders of government. Is it the leadership? Have we failed? Have we not asked the right way? And with that, my frustration and my concern is that we have missed opportunities.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And I did send a motion, but unfortunately I sent it to the wrong clerk. So it's somewhere out there between Carol Dawson, who has now sent it to Nancy. I don't know if Nancy has it. Could you check there? You're in the same room, are you not? Do you have that?
Yep, she's just getting it ready.
So essentially, I'll just tell you what the motion is while she's getting it ready. And sorry, I apologize for that. Is to add the very aggressive ask to our Toronto Office of Recovery and Rebuild, now is that and Reimagine, so that we would really be looking at funding, direct funding, nonprofits, set up a triage where they can come to the table on the Housing Now sites and be part of them and bring what they need in order to create nonprofit housing on the site. And I know we have one, but it's a very small site. And secondly, to also look for those really small sites that we own that we are not going to be able to take out to market for a Housing Now style of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. But look at them and partner with nonprofits to build nonprofit housing and to ask for that direct investment from the federal government to the nonprofit housing. So it really mirrors that model that was so very successful in the 70s, that built the co-op housing, that built a lot of nonprofit housing, that built seniors housing, and which that influx of money and creativity and passion and unleashing the community and nonprofit entities hasn't happened in that way for a long time. It's time. So we do have some property that we will never put out to market. And I think that we should be looking at them and finding those sites that we might be able to deliver as a partnership for all kinds of supportive housing, nonprofit housing. And so that's that motion. I just want to say that this is a great project. We're on a trajectory that, and I appreciate what Councillor Bradford said, that in 6 months we have 4 sites up. We know we have 2 sites that we were going to proceed with and then ran into the Ontario line. So we can't proceed with those until that gets sorted out. And there are 6 more coming up, which are going to be exciting. And I'm going to support Councillor Bradford in looking at and that TCHC site be incorporated because it is directly across the street from Don Somerville. And that was one of the original thinking was, can we make this a larger project? You know, at the get-go, this would address that as well. I want to just talk about that trajectory, the long road that we're on and getting better at it. But I just looked up while we're here, Build Toronto, because Great TO it also has Build Toronto as a corporation within it, but it's the next stage of how we're using our lands. And in 2012, in the annual report, there's a little brag about the number of properties that were sold by Build Toronto. 154 Front Street was sold by Build Toronto. Midland and St. Clair, 4334 Lawrence, 4620 Finch, Eglinton West, 4750, 4780. 60 Atlantic sold in Councillor Perks's. In those sales, all we got was cash. Cash that's long spent, who knows where. We don't have anything to show physically into the future as far as housing is concerned. We may have gotten some money on one of the sites. We got $5 million. At 10 York, we got $5 million for affordable housing. We know that that really doesn't go very far. So that we are on this long learning curve, and I think we're pressing and saying we're on it. Now I think we've got the right thing going here with housing now. We've got our lands. How are we using them? And yes, I could be very frustrated that we want more. It's our land. We want more. We want better. But we do in the model that we're in, which isn't a selling model, it's a building model with developers, that there's certain constraints and the market is that constraint. I'm looking to getting this under our belts and moving to a new.
Councillor Fletcher, I am really sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to need a motion and I'll take it from you if you don't mind to extend until we finish this item. Is that okay?
Yes, it will.
Thank
I will.
you.
And I'll move my motion while I'm moving that extension.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And all those in favor, that carries.
And I just want to say we came to a new idea, maximize through Build Toronto, our land. The next new idea, maximize a city building goal with our land and bring them into housing. Can we do it better? Yes. Will we learn how to do it better? Yes. Do we need partners? Funds? Yes. But this is a trajectory that I think is a very positive one. And we just need to get these under our belts and get moving. And then we can start to tweak and make better changes as we go into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. And I didn't get Councillor McKelvey to ask to speak, so I think she's okay. And I will proceed by saying a few words. I also have a couple of motions. One of the motions is just to ask the Housing Now TO presentation that was put in front of us with all that analysis to be sent to the Housing Executive Director, Housing Secretary Director, Chief Planner, and Create TO, and for them to just go through that analysis with the group. I think it is important to look at the analysis. A lot of them are professionals in the field, and the more minds, the better. I also want to thank the organizations, the many organizations that spoke today passionately, and their willingness that we're very much aware, because a lot of this work is done in partnership with them. Our housing plan, the housing program has their fingers all over. But I appreciate Councillor Perks' motion to put forward that creation of the working group to ensure that we formalize their participation in shaping how we can increase the participation of nonprofits in the Housing Now program. one of the goals of the Housing Now is always also to strengthen the nonprofit sector. And we need to continue to have that in mind and how we do that in mind. And I think phase 2 has a lot of great sites that are much more in keeping with the opportunities of our nonprofits. So I think there's great opportunity there, and I'm looking forward to that work. The acquisition fund is also something that is out there in the media. A lot of people in the housing sector are talking about this. Everybody sees the need to have this done. Everybody sees the need to advocate to have the National Housing Strategy adapt to help us to create a strong acquisition fund to work with the nonprofits and to work with municipalities. So supportive of that as well. As Councillor Fletcher was saying, the Housing Now program has been quite a shift from where we were before this term. We used to sell our land and then put it into, the dividends into our general accounts, and then we had our city priorities and we went about that way. What we decided to do was we were going to take the value of that land to invest in affordable housing in those communities, right there where we had that land, to leverage the land. That's what we're doing with not only creating mixed income communities, but leveraging those market units and market condos to create the affordable housing. So I would love to have the other orders of government at the table, because I think this program could go a lot farther. I think we've had successes with other orders of government with, for example, the money for TCHC, with just now modular housing. There has been some great steps forward, and I think this is the time to continue that conversation and to see some of these sites really pushing the envelope. And I think it's a great timing for them more than ever to come to the table. I do want to caution everybody as well, because we need to move forward. For me, it is really frustrating, for example, that 140 Merton, which is actually a site that we have allocated for nonprofits, ready to go, hasn't been out on the street to get nonprofits bidding on it because of this motion that we put at City Council. And we should have caught in there, because this is a nonprofit, and I don't believe this rent control would actually be an issue for the nonprofit that is going to run 140 Merton. So I think we need to move forward. I think I'm actually supportive, very supportive of full rent control. I'm on the record on that, but I have actually seen the work that staff have done to try to bring this balance on this aspect to the sites. We have to understand that we don't have provincial rent control. We're going to be competing in some sites where people can say, are we going to build and invest our money in here, or are we going to go to the next site? And those were the analysis that staff had to make. And they did analysis on how this is going to affect the pro forma, how much more affordable housing can we take, and how to ensure that we're going to get bids. I think that as this program develops, that's why I'm keen also to have this coming back in a year from now. When we started this, we said, go look for ways, see if we can find a way to have rent control on the market unit. Staff are saying that they're seeing that coming through, that they did some analysis and that they believe that we can continue moving into that direction. I am hopeful that a year from now, we're going to have staff coming back and saying, this is what we're getting. This is, we did another couple of bids and we're actually getting better, because this doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get guideline +2 on all our sites. This is the maximum that can negotiate. We're going to give benefit, and we're going to give more points to anybody that only that can decrease, can have a lower value than that. So I would like to have the recommendation passed as it is, just because I think the appropriate, I'm sorry, and I did have a motion. Yes, did you show it already? Oh, sorry. So, sorry. So I have the motion on the Housing Now presentation and the motion and a refer motion on motion B of Councillor Perks, just to send to staff, because I believe that if it can be done, it'd be great to get it done. I just want to make sure that the analysis is done. We cannot delay these sites. We need those affordable housing units. So I would like to staff to do the appropriate analysis like it was done for these sites, but we can't delay this anymore. And so I think we need to do both. I support the analysis. I would love for it to come back and to have some positive response that we can move in this direction. But I think it is important to do this analysis. We have to get these units out. We need to proceed with building affordable housing, and we need to continue working in all these directions, getting the provincial and federal government on the table, continue to push for the market. But we need to continue to build the affordable housing unit. So for that, I hope that I can get your support for my motions. I want to thank staff for the work that they've been doing. I know that they've been working hard to put this report together and the program together, and we need to continue moving forward and faster if possible. Okay, so questions of the mover, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. With your motion referring mine, I see there's no date.
Yes, so there's a few opportunities that staff are reporting back. So staff are reporting back if there's no, so aside from your motion, they will be reporting back if there's no viable bids. They will be reporting back if they see a trend that they can get better than what we are getting right now. And they will be reporting for sure in a year from now. So at any of these three opportunities, I would like to see this analysis done at the earliest opportunity.
Could you just to give me some comfort that the work is proceeding quickly, because you've talked about the work proceeding quickly. The first two options that you suggested may or may not generate staff reports, so we can't count on them. And the other one's a year from now. Could you put it within, let me see, September meeting?
Okay.
In that case, we'll agree. Good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Okay. We ready? Sorry, just giving a little bit of time to clerks to organize the motion so we can start the.
Speaker, Chair.
Yep.
Councillor Fletcher, I would put on mine, can we get that list of sites by the end of Q4, please? I don't
Q4?
mind.
Is that what you said?
Yes, I'd like that.
Okay.
If you'll indulge me, it's so hard remotely with motions.
Just ask the members of the committees just to give us a few minutes, and we're going to make that amendment for Councillor Fletcher's motion.
Thank you.
And getting the motion organized for voting. Q4. No. For part B of your motion, correct, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
Okay.
The small city sites.
Q4. Okay, so we're going to go through the motions. So first motion, refer motion is first. All those in favor? Okay, that carries. Next motion. Councillor Perks, A. All those in favor? That carries. Councillor Perks, B. Isn't that? All right, no, that's it. B is referred. Next, Councillor Bradford.
On a point of order,
Yeah.
Speaker. Sorry, Madam Chair. They put the wrong motion up when you called the referral vote, so I didn't see the word September reporting in there. Was that in there?
Clerk is telling me it is there. I didn't.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Bradford next. All those in favor? Carries. Councillor Wong Tam. Motion A. All those in favor? Carries. Councillor Wong Tam B.
Madam Speaker, may I have a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Members, if you could kindly unmute your mic and let me know if you're voting in favor or opposed. All those in favor of the motion from Councillor Wong Tam, motion B. Councillor Bradford.
Opposed?
Councillor Perks.
In favor?
Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, I said oppose.
Councillor Bailao.
Opposed.
Councillor McKelvey.
Opposed.
Councillor Wong Tam.
In favor.
That motion loses with 4 opposed and 2 for.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher's motion. All those in favor? Carries. Next. Allows motion. All those in favor? That carries. Item is. Yeah, adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? That carries.
Just before we go to lunch, you may stay on the line. You could just unmute yourself and turn off your camera, or you could log back in prior to the 1:30 start. It's up to you.
Everybody okay to come back at 1:30? I know it's a shorter lunch, but are members okay? Yeah? Okay, perfect. So I'll see you all at 1:30. Hey, welcome back, members of the committee and everybody watching us on YouTube. First, I would like to ask for the committee to reconsider the new item that was open. Clerks advised me that we actually have to move the recommendations in the letter, but we also have to forward it as an item to City without technicality.
Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No.
Okay, let's try this again. So welcome members of the committee and welcome
I see it
members
now.
of the public on YouTube. We will start with the reconsideration of an item that was introduced just because clerks has advised that we need actually to forward the item to City Council without recommendation. So we actually needed to add that as the recommendation. So all those in favor of reconsidering the item? And all those in favor of the motions? That carries. Okay, we're now moving into item 14.4, Growth Plan Conformity and Municipal Comprehensive Review. And there's a staff presentation.
Yes, there is. I think the clerk has it. I hope the clerk has it.
Okay, give us 1 minute to pick it up.
Thank you. Okay. You give me the green light and I'll start.
Green light, Greg. Go ahead, green light.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, councilors, deputy mayor. This report that's in front of you is regarding the growth plan conformity and municipal comprehensive review. It sounds complicated because it is. I'm going to say off the top that we have been down this road before. We, whether or not you believe it, we have undertaken a municipal comprehensive review. It was adopted by City Council in December 2013, and it worked its way through various processes, both at the provincial government and at the local planning appeal tribunal. And it is largely now approved, although there are elements of it that remain unapproved. So we are beginning once again down that path of undertaking a review of our official plan. And this report is essentially a work plan report outlining how we're going to approach that. Next slide, please. So the provincially legislated requirements that are outlined in this slide, you may recall that last October, we came to Planning and Housing Committee with an initial report on growth plan requirements, what was required by the city to bring its plan into conformity with the growth plan. By definition, the municipal comprehensive review can take the form of either a new official plan, which we are not doing, but a comprehensive amendment to the official plan, which is really what we are doing. I'll say up front that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing is the approval authority and is not subject to appeal. Provincial legislation requires municipalities to review their official plan regularly. We have a time clock on this review. It's July the 1st, 2022. And we must ensure that it conforms to the Growth Plan 2019, which, as I indicated, we reported on last fall and was modified by this current government. The upcoming growth plan conformity and the municipal comprehensive review really do provide an opportunity for us to address through planning policy a number of growth-related challenges that the city is dealing with right now, and certainly in the context of what has been happening in the last few months. The challenges, even before COVID, but certainly accentuated by COVID, do include climate change, affordable housing, growing the infrastructure as well, that we need to build complete communities, considering how we move around this city, the rising relevance of public health, and I think increasingly the recovery from the global pandemic. Next slide, please. So in this report, there is an attachment 5, and notwithstanding the complexity of the report, we did try to put it on one page. At a glance, the work program that's outlined in attachment 5, and you'll see that it includes. First of all, it is a multi-year work program to get us through to the middle of 2022. It includes 6 major work streams. We don't go into detail about the engagement strategy. That's something that we'll be building out, but I think over the course of this period of time, we are very hopeful and mindful that it will include both in-person and virtual consultation. The attachment identifies the fact that following up on the May 2019 growth plan, we've got to do a lot of background work, but we also have to put these pieces in place in that time frame. Next slide, please. The elements that are outlined on this slide, it just tries to give you a sense of what the components of the work plan will be. At this time, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing is currently reviewing our population and job forecast. So they gave us these big numbers that are produced regionally, not just in Toronto, but for the Greater Toronto, the Golden Horseshoe. And we're working now on numbers that take us out to 2041. We anticipate that those population job forecasts would take us out further than that. And that's something that we'll have to factor in as this work gets undertaken. The work that the province does sets out minimum people and job targets that we must demonstrate how we plan to meet. That's really the task at hand. Is they lay out densities in various geographies. One of the new concepts that they introduced with the 2019 growth plan was the concept of major transit station areas, or MTSAs. The MTSA work is something that we previously did not include in our previous review that was done in 2013. So this is a new component of the work program. As I indicated, it's an important process. A municipal comprehensive review is an important process because it is looking forward literally decades on how we intend and where we intend to grow. To satisfy these obligations that we have in front of us, I'm just going to take you through a few elements to highlight some of the components of the work program. Next slide, please. So on the major transit station areas, they're defined in the growth plan as areas between 500 to 800 meters around a planned or existing transit station that is identified in provincial growth plan mapping. Toronto contains over 180 potential major transit station areas, which amounts.
Hi, Brian. We're still in committee.
I'm
sorry.
Which amounts to almost half of the MTSAs that are aligned with transit facilities across the Greater Toronto Area. The provincial requirement is for municipalities to individually map these areas, ensure that this delineation of land meets established density targets. For subway stations, 200 people and jobs. For LRT, 160. For GO stations, 150. So that's a density level per hectare in those areas. We also do have an opportunity to request the minister to have a lower target if, for example, development in proximity to that major transit station area is constrained. One example of that might be the Rouge Hill GO station, which is proximate to the shoreline of Lake Ontario, and one would not anticipate filling in the lake to achieve the density target. Another example would be the Old Mill subway station, which sits in a ravine, wholly within a ravine. Again, there are limitations to certain MTSAs, which will have to be taken into account as we go through the work. So because next slide, please, because there are so many major transit station areas, in this report, we proposed a phased approach. And it really tries to bring some order to what is otherwise a substantial piece of work. And I'll just highlight this order, which is otherwise outlined in the report. The main considerations that went into our prioritization include, first of all, that certain MTSAs already meet or exceed established minimum density targets. There are quite a few of those. They do not require further study to establish those minimum densities. There are, secondly, a group of MTSAs that may be included in areas that had recent planning studies finished or that are underway. So we're going to build upon the findings of that work and create some efficiency there, obviously, to establish those minimum densities. It may, in other words, be a lot more straightforward to do that work in some of these areas, especially where, as I said, we have studies recently completed or underway. Thirdly, we want to prioritize MTSAs that can accommodate the implementation of inclusionary zoning. And you may recall from our October report that the growth plan limits the use of inclusionary zoning to MTSAs. The city had proposed a wider utilization of inclusionary zoning, but working with these provincial requirements, we do want to prioritize the MTSAs where we believe we can accommodate inclusionary. Obviously, it aligns with the previous item this morning around achieving the city's affordable housing goals on a priority basis. The growth plan does allow us to delineate MTSAs in advance of the conclusion of this work in July 2022, and that would be those MTSAs would be identified as what we call protected major transit station areas. So we are only able to implement the inclusionary zoning in these protected major transit station areas. And again, this is an area where we want to prioritize the work program as we've outlined in the report. Other considerations, obviously, we need to advance the request for lower targets for those MTSAs that are not appropriate for further growth. We need to conduct local area studies where they are needed to put in place a plan to get those MTSAs approved. And we need to catch up some of the work where it has to be aligned with the province's Bill 171, which is the Building Transit Faster Act. There are station locations that are not specifically identified yet. They're notionally identified. And as those stations actually crystallize, that will have to be integrated into the work program so we're able to accurately define the MTSAs. Next slide, please. In protecting employment areas, is something thematically that the city has been heavily involved with over the years. The MCR and conformity exercise will review the land use policies for employment areas, and that is spelled out in the report. They're obviously significant. And interestingly enough, I would just draw your attention to the fact of how local employment has become quite a factor as we manage our way through the pandemic, and the need to I think protect employment lands that we've demonstrated over the years is being demonstrated more than ever as we move through this period of time. Another provincial requirement that we will undertake is establishing minimum densities for these employment areas. That is something else that we have to do in order to demonstrate that we're able to meet certain minimum jobs per hectare, and reflect really the opportunities that are in these areas for a certain scale of development. Next slide, please. A sensitive area over the years has also been conversions, employment land conversions, and we've discussed this with the committee and council several times in the last few years as we protect our lands for, or from, I should say, higher value land uses and the potentially difficult challenge that we have with land use conversions. What we intended, what we had to manage through, I'll say, the last time we went through this MCR was a number of employment lands conversion requests, I think upwards of 140. So it does put a lot of stress on the environment, I'll say it that way. And the provincial growth plan does allow municipalities to convert the lands designated through the MCR, which is similar to the last process. The growth plan also distinguishes our employment areas as either provincially significant or not provincially significant, and both types of employment lands will be subject to potential conversion requests. As part of our previous MCR, as I noted, we received 140, and I'm recommending in this report that we try to bring a little bit of order to this event this time around by putting in place a window that will open and then close so that we can manage the requests, first of all. They tended to trickle in and also come in various ways, even when we were in the hearings, which made it very difficult to manage, and would bring, we feel, a certain amount of certainty and predictability to what is otherwise a difficult situation to manage. We're also exploring options that would introduce a fee, because in the degree to which these conversion requests get very complicated, they do require a certain amount of analysis and work, and they are really almost equivalent to an official plan amendment application, which we feel we need to have cost recovered in our analysis. Next slide, please. Finally, the official plan's employment policies on the environment were included in our last MCR. There are areas where we feel they need to be updated again with respect to water, energy, air quality improvement, the integration of waste management, and stormwater master plan. So these are specific areas. And we believe that as subsequent to the last MCR, Council did approve the Transform TO plan, action plan, and we need to review the official plan, obviously, to make sure that we are aligning these two major policy and action documents to address climate change adaptation and the city's mitigation goals. So finally, the last slide just summarizes what's in front of you. The approach, the work plan to publicly commence with the MCR on August the 4th this year, to bring forward requests through this process, and the recommendations in the report also highlight how we want to manage that conversion process. So again, I draw your attention to what is, again, otherwise a very complicated report, to attachment 5, which does attempt to summarize the work plan that we've got in front of you. I'll close by thanking the committee and indicate that both Carrie Vambakis and Jeffrey Cantos, who are involved in this, are also available, as I am, to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. We'll now, we have a couple of speakers registered. I'm going to see if they are online. Andy Gort. Andy? Andy, can you connect your audio? We haven't muted you, and we can start with your deputation. Andy, are you there? If you could just connect your audio. Okay, I'm going to try the next speaker, John Bossons. John, can you connect your audio? Okay, it seems like we have technical difficulties here and we can't connect with the speakers. Oh, somebody just did. Okay, John, welcome.
Okay.
Good
thank you. We wanted to depute basically to comment on some of the issues that we hope will be dealt with in this review. We understand the provincial requirements and have no issue at all with the program set out by the chief planner. Obviously, there's a lot of work that has to be done, meet provincial requirement. We understand that, and understand also the constraints that the province has put on this process. However, we would like to emphasize the need to deal with some issues. We've set those out in summary, the letter that Kathy and Jeff sent to you. So I'll just go through some of them briefly, and then Andy will deal with what I deal with. First of all, we want to stress the need, the priority that we would give to distributing density, additional development across the MTSAs to ensure that we don't just continue to have growth concentrated on the Yonge Street corridor. We believe it's absolutely essential that the city become proactive in finding ways to incentivize and provide for development in all of the MTSAs where appropriate. As Greg said, some of them there will not be appropriate location for development. But as you know, there's major congestion on the Yonge Street subway that will only be exacerbated by the provincial extension to Richmond Hill. There is an overload on services already. We are at capacity and service and water provision in the Midtown area. And this over-concentration, especially in Yonge Eglinton, but all up and down the Yonge Street corridor north of Bloor, is neither cost-effective nor healthy. We urge you to look at the effects of the pandemic, which have underlined the need for a more resilient city, one in which it's healthy for people to be able to walk on sidewalks, to be able to find some green space that they can use as a place to breathe when they're otherwise stuck at home. So we believe it's essential in this context that that your committee and that city planning find ways of moving development in the city more equitably across the city. Second, there's a need to ensure, and I'm just here, I think I'm just building on the long discussion you had this morning with a lot of useful deputations on the need to ensure through inclusionary zoning that there is provision for affordable housing for low-income residents. In this connection, I would suggest that the working group on the better use and more effective use of non-profit co-op housing, that working group include in its mandate looking at how provisions for the MTSAs can foster the development of a nonprofit sector. Everybody knows, I think, that this was very effective back in the 1970s, where a combination of the central area plan, city planning, and federal and provincial funding resulted in a very vibrant and socially effective provision of affordable housing. We badly need that, and I suggest that means of achieving that in the MTSAs be included in this review. We need to provide ways in which we can make these areas safer and more friendly to pedestrians and cyclists, and provide more parks, etc., and provide more walk area. Andy will speak to that now.
30 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're done,
I was turning it over to Andy Gord, follow up on.
Okay. Are there any questions, John? Seeing none. Thank you, John. Thanks, John, for joining us today. We'll now check if Andy is already online. Thank you. And Andy, Are you there? Were you able to connect to your audio? Yeah. So it seems like we're having some difficulties in getting Andy to connect to his audio, and we can't get him through. Okay. And that concludes our speakers list. I don't. Oh, sorry. Is Daniel Tepperman on the line? He's not on the line. Okay. That does conclude a list of speakers. Questions of staff? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you. With respect to the MTSAs and the transit hub, usually stationed around subway stations, do all the subway stations have the same sort of ridership capacity?
Councillor Wong Tam, I am sorry to interrupt, but this is new world for everybody, and Andy was just able to join in, and I would like to give him the opportunity to speak. If you don't.
I would love to hear from him. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Back to you, Andy. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Great. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. We're all learning.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Anna Loyal and fellow members of the Planning Housing Committee. I'm also a board member of FONTRA and also the president of the South Eglinton Residents Association. And being located at Yonge and Eglinton with the ongoing construction of the Crosstown LRT and many residential tower developments, this work plan is of a lot of interest to us. I would like to elaborate on 2 points in the letter related mostly to working and living. And as our chief planner has mentioned already, the location of work. As you know, there is an emerging trend with people working from home or possibly nearer to their homes as a departure from the traditional commute patterns. And that can be very beneficial on several fronts. But it might need to be considered as part of this work plan in terms of building regulations that might be required. And it relates especially to the most densest major transit station areas. Many residents in tall neighborhoods living in small units and work from home can be challenging, but at the same time desirable. And as there is a requirement for all residential buildings to provide amenity space and recently provisions to accommodate families, we were wondering whether it might be appropriate that in-building office space be added as a building requirement. This would allow workers that are space or privacy challenged in their units a local alternative in their building to working from home. It could be done for a part of the day or for a whole day. But that would require a different requirement for tall buildings than there is today. The second point related to office employment is whether in some of these high-density major transit station areas like Yonge and Eglinton, in the mixed-use designated areas, whether a way can be found to give priority to development of employment towers to enable as much walk-to-work opportunities as possible. An example would be, for instance, the future development of the TTC lands at the Yonge and Eglinton, Canada Square, which is about to undergo redevelopment. Those are some areas related, some points related to point number 3. And point number 5 is as residents now, as these empty spaces, for instance, station areas are no longer just residential areas, but they also have become high density office areas. People need to get out during the day, they need to take a break. And those areas have typically, they're deficient in terms of local active mobility. So we're considering that improvements and consideration will have to be made inside these neighborhoods, inside these major transit
station areas to accommodate local walking and cycle provisions, upgrading of sidewalks, creation of open spaces, local cycling routes more priority, and maybe even micro parks. Typically, we talk about parks as fairly large areas, but smaller places to gather. Those are some of the points to make under number 3 and number 5 of the letter. And the last point I wanted to make is about the engagement strategy. At our early experience is that virtual meetings are very effective when it comes to transmitting information and asking for basically clarification or a structured format like this kind of a meeting. But if it's an interactive meeting that normally would require work groups, then we much prefer to have in-person meetings. And we would like to stress that if at all possible, this work plan would include in-person meetings, even if they're smaller groupings, to maintain that effectiveness of the group thinking of a particular topic. Those are some of the points that we had, and thank you for listening to us.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions? Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Hi, Andy. I was really interested in, you were talking about a requirement around MTSAs to add in, I'll just call them co-working spaces, where people who are working from home can have a temporary office, or is that what you said? Did I get you right?
Yeah, you got me right. Thank you.
Have you ever seen that done anywhere else? Do you know if that has applied or working anyplace?
Well, I do know that some buildings, not because of planning requirements, do have some spaces, workspaces, and that they're quite well used, quite often used. So it's not a brand new kind of concept. But probably would have to be a certain amount of privacy. I'm assuming this is post-COVID where a vaccine has been found, but the whole, I guess the whole trend of working from home stays, and people have a desire, and companies have a desire to have people work from home.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Andy, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And going back to Councillor Wong Tam, who was starting to ask questions of staff. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With respect to the MTSA and the designation of the radius of 500 to 800, there's 180 MTSAs as identified. Not every single one of those hubs have the same level of ridership. Not all they don't all have connecting sort of large bus terminals. How do you determine where that radius begins and ends, and what's the framework for that valuation?
So through the chair, it's a good question. The exercise is going to take into account a number of factors in terms of both the growth potential that's proximate to those stations, but also other factors that we would have traditionally looked at in any event, such as infrastructure capacity. So I think both sides of the equation are going to have to make up our determination, as they have previously. When you think about Keogh Core, for example, or Yonge and Eglinton, or other area studies that we've done, where we've looked both at what potential is in that area, the fabric of the area, the plan context potential of the area, but also what infrastructure would be required to build a complete community, hard and soft services, the pipes, and of course the transit. So I think you can't make, and I think that's why I think it's a good question. You've got to look at the complete picture. If we're promoting the intensification and the density in these areas, we have to look at all of the inputs.
And when the results come out after the extensive study and review, and I recognize that every MTSA is going to have sort of a more localized study formed, is it your expectation that the province will just accept the city's findings? because this process is not appealable. So what would that look like if we submit something to the province and say, look, we've carefully just incision wise, site by site, we've evaluated everything against this list of criteria, and this is what we believe is the right approach. And then the province turns around and says, no, we're going to give you a one size fits all approach. How successful do you think we will be?
Through the chair, I think another good question. The experience varies, and I think the more diligent our work is, the better off we will be. We are going to proceed and can proceed with some of this work in buckets or tranches, and I think through that experience we will gain some awareness of the kinds of responses that we're going to get from the province. We have, for example, a couple that are very close because of work that was already happening in those areas, very close to being able to submit them to the province once we bring them forward to council. So we'll have as we go through the work program, we'll hopefully get an indication of the product quality that we produce and the response that we will get from the province. They're looking for us to meet the minimum densities. That is something that we clearly have to consider, and clearly the intent of the legislation and the growth plan is to improve housing options, choice, supply, whatever word you want to use. So those are going to be key considerations in I think pursuing the approvals that we will with the province.
The chief planner, if we've already exceeded the density in some areas, I think of Midtown, sort of perhaps the North York secondary sort of area, and certainly in portions of downtown Toronto. Does that mean those neighborhoods, those MTSAs are exempt? Will you be putting forward that proposal?
I think what we would be putting forward is as a group of them. I believe there might be 40 odd MTSAs that we believe already meet or exceed the minimum densities. So we would be putting them forward on that basis, that we can demonstrate that the development potential, either through the official plan or the zoning that's there, or a secondary plan, let's say, that's been created, may be approved on that basis. They're not exempt, quote unquote, but I believe we'll be able to clearly demonstrate that they meet their requirements.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Any other questions, members of the committee? Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is also for the Chief Planner. How do you balance transit and density? I feel like it's a chicken and egg. We kind of argue sometimes we don't have enough density to support transit, but then we also won't build. So it's this chicken and an egg, and I know you're trying to balance through this process. So how do you do that?
Well, through the chair, the waterfront's a great example of that, where we have a plan that says we want a transit-oriented community in the waterfront. Yet we've struggled to advance higher order transit in the waterfront, and the development gets out in front of it. We don't want people to buy cars and own cars and have an auto-dependent environment. We want people to be able to move around the city and move about their daily lives without that reliance. So that is definitely the balance that we need to strike. We, on the one hand, you can build a case for transit by approving development, but perhaps not approving all of the development, or putting some of the development on hold. So we use holds in the zoning bylaw, for example. So we kind of pre-approve the development and try to align it with the development of the transit. Other areas, I think we've led with transit, and that generates a lot of discussion, because we sometimes hear concerns that the development will never support that transit. So we really have to look closely at the transit potential, and I'm thinking of Eglinton East when I answer your question. We look at the transit potential and the land use and development potential at the same time, and we make as good a case as we can to advance the development on that basis, and it also helps when you have something like Scarborough Campus and other facilities along the way that can create a place, to locate transit stations where you're going to be able to rely on transit usage from day one.
So, but independent of that assessment of where growth could go, we still struggle because we still have people that live in these neighborhoods, and in particular in priority neighborhoods. So how do you balance that? So we may have low density, but that doesn't mean that the people that live there aren't important. So how do you factor that into this sort of planning?
Well, I think in across the city, we're trying to build a transit network, and whether that is through our bus system, through higher order bus network, we're having discussions about that, and graduating that transit over time, and you're talking about decades, as we graduate the densities across the city. I mean, I think it's in everybody's interest that we spread the density out. We've got a multi-centered plan in Toronto. We've got avenues. I think the more that we can basically enjoy the benefit of density across the city, we are going to enjoy the benefit of a transit network. I think that case will be made over time. It is a multi-decade process, and it's highly dependent, of course, on the money to build these transit facilities.
Last question, kind of relating in with that. You spoke to water and that sort of. But what about the electrical grid itself? Because I've heard instances, for example, where people want to expand a business and they're told that there's allocations being held for future transit. But then you want that transit to also stimulate density. So how do you engage in those conversations, not just with Toronto Water, but beyond with agencies like Toronto Hydro? And are they involved in this?
So through the chair, I'll just take you back to the work that we did with Toronto TO Core and Toronto Hydro. So there was an infrastructure strategy, 5 infrastructure strategies for TO Core. One of them was energy. So that is for our high growth areas like the centers, like some of our employment areas. Engaging Toronto Hydro is very much a part of that infrastructure ecosystem that we have to make sure that we've tapped into. As we, not everywhere in the city is going to have that problem, but we've got some key areas where energy supply and production is a critical factor, and that's got to be taken into account.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I read in the appendix that the PAPE MSTA is underway, and I wonder if, Mr. Chief Planner, you could tell me a little bit more about that. I didn't realize that was.
I might ask Jeff or Carrie to pipe in here, but I'll begin by saying that it, in some respects, might be underway only because it is part of the Danforth work, but not in the full-blown MTSA, I'll say yet, because we don't know with any level of detail yet about that station, exactly where it might be and what its attributes might be. So I think we're looking at a couple of stages of the conversation there, where we're talking about Danforth in the first instance, at a certain level of change, but obviously when a PAPE station comes along, we'll have to have a more detailed conversation about that specific area, which is not unlike what we did, for example, at Blue Earth Bathurst. We looked at the area, and then we doubled our efforts on the corner because we knew something more significant might happen there.
That's not okay. That scope of work for PAPE, I believe, is intended to be kind of pulled out as an inset from the Danforth planning, and I don't know if that scope of work has been developed in that way. And you could check that, look at
I will
appreciate that. And
I will check, but I believe what you're painting there is what is happening. I agree with you if you put it that way. So I think we're on the same page.
That would be great. And so by council, if I know that's happening, I don't have to approve a motion there.
We'll get that clarification for you for sure.
Because of course that station has changed significantly, as you're aware, between the relief line as the stop on the relief line and configuration of that to now the stop on the Ontario line. So
exactly.
I agree with you. It's extremely complex. And then the other is the Ontario line stations. And specifically, and I know that apparently that work hasn't happened for the Ontario line, the new station, if I read the appendix correctly.
That's right. We, through the chair, we put a placeholder in that the date of writing this report. We basically don't have specific station locations. So we know that it's obviously going to be of interest from both a MTSA, but also a PTMTSA for inclusionary zoning. So we'll want to make sure.
There are stations that are projected.
There are stations, but not with any great specificity at this point in time. I said that poorly.
I'm just going to ask you about the Grassy, so-called Grassy station, or the Leslieville, misnamed Leslieville station on the Ontario line. And I wonder if it's possible to let us know really what's possible at this point, without what could happen on that site as far as meeting the requirements of an MTSA, or would it be exempted from an MTSA? It does seem strange since they're building it that they would exempt it. So I'd like to pursue that a little bit more, and I think my community would like a lot more information about this particular station. And we know where the siting is, but how you could meet any of the requirements of an MTSA in that particular location.
And through the chair, that's exactly what this process is intended to delve into. I can't answer your question yet because that work hasn't commenced. We need to understand exactly where that station might be, and then we need to go through a process of, as we will on other projected stations, to understand how that growth can be accommodated or not. So that's an exercise that lies ahead of us.
And you're aware on that station that it scored in the lowest possible percentile on the original 22 stations that Metrolinx had projected for the GO expansion, the RER expansion, had no potential of any kind for development. But you might not be aware of that.
I'm not going to say that I'm specifically aware. I know that James is listening to this call, and he is aware of that in more detail than I am.
So I'm making a motion on that at council to fast track at least the scoping. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? None. I do have a couple. To the chief planner, I just want to make sure. So the work that we've done, for example, with Teocor and Midtown, that will feed into all this, right? That work is not for nothing.
That will greatly get us out of the gate, so to speak, on a whole tranche of these, because those densities are known already.
Okay. And we talked about the MTSAs and the connection with inclusionary zoning, and you have a phased approach in this report, and you just talked about, you probably had about 40 that were close to be ready for submission. Is the idea that we start submitting this, get the approvals, and can we implement the inclusionary zoning in those areas right away once we have the MTSAs approved by the ministry?
Yes, that's the intent, is in order to advance inclusionary zoning, to put some priority on where those align and advance those sooner than the rest. And that's the beauty of, even though this is a complicated process, we can get some of them advanced sooner than others. And that would be one of our priority projects.
And so taking that in consideration, as you're picking your different phases, are you also taking in consideration the development potential and pressure that some of these areas have to make sure that, we capture as much as possible of those units in part of a possible inclusionary zoning? Is that part of your math as you're putting these phases forward?
Absolutely, and it would have to be. I think we have to look at the development, the plan context, the reimagination of some of these areas clearly is on the table because we need to realize some development to be able to integrate an inclusionary zoning approach in some of these areas and build new communities in these areas. So the potential is real, and it offers, I think, an area of change for Toronto, which brings some of the development into areas that to this point anyway have not seen that level of change, and a way to bring it that actually is more inclusive, that brings some affordable housing and some community services maybe to areas that have not seen that for some time.
Okay. Those were my questions. If there are no more questions, speakers. Anybody that would like to speak on this item? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I do have a simple motion. Please put that on the screen. Thank you. The motion is to request that we consult with equity-seeking groups to ensure that their participation and their feedback is included in the work plan as staff go out to evaluate and come up with results for the comprehensive municipal comprehensive review. I recognize at the back of the back of the report is an attachment with about 50 or so different stakeholders. And most of them are the folks that we would normally go out and speak to, whether it's residents associations or perhaps the sector itself. And then there's a good number of them also that actually are Indigenous organizations and various nations that whose land we are actually occupying and that we sit on. But I noticed that we didn't necessarily have equity-seeking groups, for a lack of a better term. And in light of everything that we are seeing and the conversations that are being had about how do we actually include those who have been excluded historically, we need to do and make a much more concerted effort to make sure that those voices are brought in, especially as we make decisions that will have profound impact on their lives. Perhaps not necessarily right away, but certainly as we build up neighborhoods and cities, I think it's important for us to include them. What I didn't get to in my motion is exactly the how should the consultation take place. And I think that by way of the way we conventionally consult with communities, it's oftentimes through surveys or perhaps an open house here or there. But we also know that the number of people that do come out to provide us their feedback with respect to land use planning matters, we don't always get the most wide range and diverse voice. So when I ride the subway, I can see what the Toronto faces look like. But when I go to a planning meeting, I'd almost think I was in an entirely different universe, because those who oftentimes populate those planning meetings don't always look like the ones who are riding our transit system, the transit system. So I didn't get to it here, but I do think that we need to evaluate how we do the engagement to ensure that those folks who we don't generally hear from can be heard, and that the engagement is deep and meaningful, and that we're able to sort of meet people where they are. Coming back to the Indigenous different nations that are populated in the stakeholder group, in my work with the Mississaugas of the New Credit, when we were building out the Indigenous Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, it's actually quite extraordinary, because I learned from Chief Laforme at that time that they received hundreds of requests for feedback. And it's very difficult for them to really be able to dive into those issues, and very seldom do they ever get invited to a meeting where our planners or perhaps other planners or other consultants who are seeking their advice. They never go, or rarely, I shouldn't say never, but they rarely go to the nation, and rarely go to their communities to do engagement in those communities. And so I think that given what we have learned and what I have been privy to, I'm just going to suggest that there are times where we're going to have to go to those communities. Do not assume that they will come to our civic centers. Do not assume that they are all going to speak English, that they're all going to fill out these technical forms. We have to meet people where they are. And I think that it's good to have such a broad list of Indigenous stakeholders that you've identified, but they also run this very strange gamut of who they are. Some of them are Indigenous nations, which you can see the historical lands that we are occupying. But then there's like the smattering of social agencies and health organizations. And I just wonder if we just sort of perhaps randomly picked the groups that we think we know, and perhaps we didn't get to those who we haven't necessarily connected. So I just want to put that in front of staff and request that the work be done, but also to not do what we've normally done. Otherwise, we'll get very similar results and the same types of participants who have generally come out, who we want to hear from. And we have heard from them usually in spades, but there's lots of other folks we would like to get to, and I hope that we. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? No, no other speakers. I'll just say a few words. I want to thank staff for the report and thank them in advance for the incredible amount of work that is ahead of them. But I mean, this is city building at its best. I mean, we're gonna engage with the residents of Toronto, and I echo Councillor Wong Tam's call for deep engagement with our communities. When we did the housing plan, we actually reached out to a lot of nonprofits and facilitated a kit and funds to have them going into the communities and supported them that way. We had great participation. I think we had people participating in the consultation that usually don't participate, as Councillor Wong Tam was saying, in many of the consultations that we do. And I think this is really an important piece of work that is being done here. And I think we have to go above and beyond to make sure that we reach into our communities and to have their voice as part of this process. We're talking about the physical future of our city that we know has a huge impact at the way that we live and the social outcomes that we have in our city. So the way that we move around, the way that we work, which is changing on a, I would say, almost daily basis nowadays, especially with everything that we're living, which is going to create some challenges to us to adapt to maybe a new reality, because after living through this, people are going to work differently and move around differently and want to have experienced things during this COVID that probably they've enjoyed quite a bit. Probably they've enjoyed, cycling a lot more, walking a lot more, living close to their work. And I think that we need to have those conversations, and our plans needs to respond to that. So I also think we need to move on certain of these phases and parts as soon as we possibly can. We spent the whole morning talking about housing. We know that our intent was to have inclusionary zoning in the city, but we were restricted to these MTSAs. So let's get these done as soon as we possibly can. Start to roll this out so we can ensure that any development going through the planning process fulfills not only what the work that we did with TO Core and Midtown and many studies, many secondary plans, but with the intention of council, which is to have some inclusionary zoning. So I know that this is a lot of work, but I think that that everybody understands the urgency of some of this work. I also think it is important that we continue to protect major employment centers. We in a city, we need people to live here, and we need people to work here and to move around in the city. And so it is important that we take that in consideration, and that we continue to protect the thousands and thousands of jobs that we have here in our city, and the economic development that we have here in our city. So those are my remarks. And with that, if there's no further remarks, I would ask the committee if they mind that we move it as a package with Councillor Wong Tam's and the item as amended. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. And so let's move on that. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Great. And we now are on item, 14.5. And we don't have speakers on this item, so I would move questions of staff. I ask people to be careful on the questioning. There is a confidential attachment, and I do believe that we need to go in camera in order to place Councillor Pasternak's motion, which I'm moving on his behalf. So please proceed with questions that you believe can be asked in public, and then we will have to go in camera so we can place Pasternak's motion as I've been advised by clerks. So questions of staff. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe the questions I've selected are public questions. If I ask them and you feel otherwise, I would certainly be happy to ask them in private. So when it comes to conversions of land use from, let's say, employment to residential, what is the official policy of the City of Toronto? Just to editorialize for a second, a few years ago, planning was rapidly against those conversions. What are their thoughts now?
Just for context, through the chair, our advice is consistent with the official plan when it comes to conversions of land use. So the official plan designates a certain percentage of the city as employment areas. And we've gone through, I indicated in the last item, we've gone through a municipal comprehensive review, and those, and that was challenged at the LPAT, and a decision was rendered last fall. So there's a context for our, I'll say, our official position. In the context of that process, however, a number of site and area specific appeals were launched. So
I only have a couple minutes, really.
Sorry,
I mean,
sorry.
I can't, I mean, it really is. Are we traditionally against conversions, or someone asks and we're good to go? I mean,
Again, I would say we advance advice to city that's consistent with the official plan, which is that we want to protect our employment areas. However, we do have real life situations where we're managing through appeals, and we have had to give advice to city council about those on a site specific basis.
Okay. So we're in a different environment now where we can't do in-person consultations. The applicant on this file has commenced Zoom town halls, and they seem a little rushed. Would you consider Zoom town halls to be adequate, either pre-application or statutory, or in any means as a way of really reaching out in our communities?
Generally speaking, we're in a new territory. Through the chair, we're a new territory councillor. The province has sanctioned virtual consultation, virtual statutory meetings for the purposes of the Planning Act. We're still feeling our way through this. We had I think we've had at a couple of levels a few successful town halls or consultation meetings online so far. We hope to improve every one we have. I wouldn't rule it out, but certainly as time goes on, we'll perfect our approach. And I think multi-channel is important, though. Both virtual town halls and other means of reaching the public are still important.
So our push to have in-person town halls, and we've told the applicant that, we've told city staff there that is what you would deem a reasonable request if the chief medical officer deems it safe.
anything that we would approach with respect to consultation would have to be put through that filter, yes.
So when it comes to the tax rate, residential versus commercial, when we convert lands from, let's say, employment to residential, tax rates drop by 50%, or that's a more complicated discussion?
Well, the city's got, I'll just approach it as a land use planner would, that the city, I think it's in the city's interest to maintain a very diversified land use. That's been one of our strengths for decades, is that we encourage both residential and non-residential growth. I think the commercial and industrial tax that the city takes in is obviously very beneficial to the city.
Okay. When it comes to school boards, school capacity is a major issue. How often do we push for a local area review of school board capacity projections and wait for those results to come back before we approve certain densities in neighborhoods? And I'm applying that question to the application in front of us.
Just to be specific, there is not currently an application in front of us, but the process for school board or school capacity planning rests with both the separate and public school boards and the French School Board. That responsibility rests with them to look at the growth, to fund new school renovations and construction. We take that into account as community facilities, but the responsibility to plan for and fund those facilities rests with them.
So finally, one last question.
Question, Councillor.
Last question? One more? Yeah?
Yep.
I'm good? Yeah.
I'm being generous.
So you're familiar with the Allen District Plan, which sits on the east side of the, I guess, the Downsview secondary properties. It looks like the federal component of the Allen District Plan is now part of this discussion. Are you aware of that, and what are the implications of that? You've almost got two plans moving forward with the same parcel of real estate. Is that how you see it?
I'll only comment in public that the city has land use plans in place for the area that may warrant review given the interests that are in front of us. Almost regardless of the owners may have different different aspirations, and we'll have to take that into account as we move through the process.
And after 10 years of planning,
that was your last question.
I guess that's it.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Seeing none, members, we have items that require a closed session. I will move a motion for the committee to go into closed session on items 14.5, and I'll ask the clerk to please display the motion. That the Planning and Housing Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to consider the following items: request for direction on local planning appeal tribunal appeals of official plan amendment 231, appeal number 134, Park Downsview Park and Canada Lands, as it pertains to litigation or potential litigation that affects the city or one of its agencies or corporations, and contains advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. All those in favor? And that carries. I would ask the clerk to close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to committee members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Members, I would also remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session. As soon as we resume the public session, the YouTube feed will begin again. Just need a couple minutes.